Thank you, everybody, for rejoining us. The time is 5:36. Today is February 8th, 2025. Thank you for the opportunity for us to participate and convene our first study session under a new structure that the board adopted last month to have a monthly study session, ideally. First, I want to welcome everybody for joining us this evening for the purposes of the Salt Lake City School District Board of Education meeting. I also want to make sure that I recognize our classified associations. From Buildings and Grounds, we have President Leo Campo. From Child Nutrition, President Tanya Slaughter. For Transportation, we have Audrey Benali. For SLEA, we have President Mike Harmon and Vice President Chelsea Acosta. And then for SLASA, they're represented by President Adrian Lobato. Up next, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance, and I've asked Vice President Jensen to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, up next in our opening items, we have some recognitions. We're super excited about this. The Presidential Awards for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching is our first one. Superintendent, do you want to introduce this, or do you have a cabinet member that
I think our award winner, Holly McIntosh, is going to come up here to introduce our winner of this Paimst. Actually, you can say it that way.
You can and should.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, board members, and thank you, guests, for the opportunity to recognize our own Todd Vaudry, West High math teacher, as our Paimst Award recipient. The Paimst Award is the Presidential Award for Excellence in Math and Science Teaching. It's the nation's highest distinction for K-12 math and science teachers in technology, engineering, mathematics, and science. This award honors the vital role that American teachers play in shaping the next generation of technical leaders, including mathematicians, scientists, engineers, explorers, and innovators. This award is a very big deal. Think Oscars, think Grammys. In fact, it's true, right? We're underdressed. We should probably have dressed up, right? In fact, yeah, Todd's got a jacket on. That's pretty good. In fact, Todd himself described the selection process as like the Olympics for math teachers. And now Todd is a gold medalist. To continue with the metaphor, this has been something of a marathon for Todd. Todd is the Paimst awardee for 2021 secondary mathematics. Due to delays at the federal level in announcing awardees, it didn't follow the typical timeline. Having no news of the 2021 awardees, Todd was nominated again in 2023 and was again selected as Utah's secondary math finalist. Some of you might have remembered him being presented to the board. Yep, that's why. These delays certainly kept the suspense up and maybe made the news of the award even a little sweeter. In addition to this recognition, awardees receive a paid trip to Washington, D.C. to attend a series of award recognitions, $10,000 from the National Science Foundation, a certificate signed by the president, and probably the most exciting is that the awardees join a national network of active, outstanding educators from across the country that serve as leaders in improving math, science, and STEM education. If you're looking to make improvements, you would want a Todd Vaudry on your team. Salt Lake City School District has a long tradition of our math teachers being selected as state finalists and national award recipients. It speaks to the caliber of our math teachers, the level of collaboration, continuous improvement, and commitment to excellence in our district. Todd is an example of these qualities. The Paimst Award recognizes those teachers that have both deep content knowledge of the subjects they teach and the ability to motivate and enable students to be successful in those areas. Paimst awardees contribute excellence in both their classrooms and to their profession. As a supervisor of mathematics and someone who knows Todd's work, I can certainly say this is true of Todd. As a national board certified teacher, Todd is committed to his students and to bringing them excellent opportunities in mathematics. Learning in Todd's classroom is engaging, challenging, and rewarding. Students access deep learning as they collaborate to build their math ideas and their math identities. Todd's a leader whose impact extends beyond his own classroom. He ensures his students experience math outside the classroom. As a coach and an advisor, he takes teams and groups to various math events, competitions, and learning experiences. Todd's Math Counts team often competes at the national level, and Todd also teaches courses at the University of Utah. Please join me in thanking Todd for his excellent work and congratulating him for this award.
I just want to thank the members of the Board of Education. 8 years ago, I worked at the State Board of Education. I was the assessment director I was over all of SAGE Mathematics. At the time, I realized I wanted to get back into the classroom, and I had my pick of any district in the entire state. And I want you to know that I actively chose Salt Lake City School District because I had two goals in mind. One, I wanted to be a national board certified teacher, and two, I wanted to get this PAMEST award 8 years ago. And because of Salt Lake City School District's commitment to mathematics education, not only did I select it out of all of the districts quite intentionally, and specifically West High School, but I felt support all along the way in getting this. And this really does feel kind of like a Lifetime Achievement Award with how big it actually is. So I want to thank all of you in the work that you've done in helping me get there and giving me some great students that I can teach along the way. So thank you.
Hey, excuse me, Todd, we got a certificate for you and some pictures.
Everyone in the middle, so the table's got a photo. Thank you. Our board members come down. Can I have you go on this side? Then it'll even out a little bit. Cut right now. Okay. Everyone looks great. Okay, everyone ready? On the count of three. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Take another one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
The good news and recognitions for Salt Lake City School District math teachers just keep coming. We truly have some of the finest math teachers in our district. I am so proud to call them mine and yours and ours. We're very lucky. I'm pleased to recognize Lale Gopi, a fourth grade teacher at Mountain View Elementary, as this year's recipient of the Utah Council of Teachers of Mathematics Carl Jones Award for exemplary elementary mathematics teaching. The Carl Jones Award is for teachers who encourage student achievement by providing activities which enhance understanding of math concepts. For teachers who generate enthusiasm for math among students while providing opportunities to apply and extend mathematics. For teachers who serve as role models to other teachers and students by demonstrating interest in acquiring and maintaining skills in mathematics, including instructional skills. For teachers who demonstrate a willingness to share ideas, skills, and passion with other teachers. I've seen all of those qualities in Lale's work. Lale's extremely dedicated to teaching and learning, all teaching and learning, mine, yours, students, colleagues, and her own. Lale's approach to mathematics instruction is carefully planned to meet diverse learning needs. It's dynamic and interactive. Her dedication to students building confidence in mathematics is actually transformative. Students who enter her class with uncertainty leave with both a love and an understanding of mathematics. She uses student data to ensure every student's needs are being met. Lale's a leader who collaborates with others at all levels. She regularly works with her math coach in her building and teacher teams to ensure student outcomes. She authors articles and shares resources. Her school community is enriched by these activities. Lale is a true learner herself. I see this passion firsthand, and I remember when I was watching her in the math endorsement classes that Salt Lake City School District partners with SUU to provide. She was so excited to engage in the ideas, could not wait to get them back to her students, could not wait to come back to class to share how that went. Lale is also a National Board Certified Teacher, a Utah Teaching Fellow, a member of the Hope Street Group, recipient of the Excellence in Teaching Award through UEA, and the recipient of the Exceptional Service and Outreach Award from the First Lady, Abby Cox. Please join me in thanking Lale and recognizing her for this award.
Thank you all. I'm truly honored to receive this recognition. As I stand here today, I can't help but reflect on my journey. When I first applied to teach in district, my qualifications, including 2 master's degrees from Utah's University and 9 years of teaching abroad, weren't enough to even get a call for an interview. It wasn't until I raised concerns about equity that doors started to open. I share this not to dwell on the past, but to highlight an important truth. Talent and passion exist in all backgrounds, and when we fail to recognize them, we risk missing out on educators who can truly make a difference. Our students come from diverse backgrounds, and they deserve to see themselves reflected in their educators. Representation matters, not just for students of colors, English learners, or newcomers, but for all students. It builds empathy, broadens perspectives, and creates a richer learning experience. I'm so grateful to be here, making a difference in my students' lives. But I also wonder how many other passionate, qualified educators never get that chance. I hope we continue to work toward a system where every student benefits from a diverse, talented, and inclusive teaching force. Thank you so much.
And here is your certificate for today's honor. Also, you for the other award that you earned for the Utah Coalition for Educational Technology, Teacher of the Year of the district.
I'm so honored.
Can we squeeze in just a little bit more? There's just so many of you guys. Okay, that looks great. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you all so much.
All right, board members, don't get too comfy because we are going to transition out to the audience for our next presentation. We're really, really excited to celebrate and honor Black History Month here in Salt Lake City School District and in the city. With us this evening, we have a very special group. We have the Highland High School STEP team. If you don't know about this club or about this team, they're on the map. You know, they've been on the news, they do a lot of performances around the community, and we're just really, really excited that they're here with us tonight to celebrate such an amazing month in our rich history here in Salt Lake and in this country. So we'll head over there. And Deidre, did you want to introduce anything?
We thought a senior will introduce
Perfect.
the group, so.
Oh, good. All right.
And I'll just let you know, this is Latanai Bakai, a senior at Highland High School and member of the Highland High Step Team. We're excited to have them all here today, and I'll turn it over to Latanai.
Thank you. Founded in 2023, the Highland High Steppers emerged from a desire among Black students at Highland High to have an extracurricular activity where they felt seen, valued, and connected. With the support of Highland staff members Deirdre Strait, Tiffany Rasmussen, the vision gained momentum when community advocate Nikki Walker amplified the call for leadership. Answering that call, Coach Chris McKinley and Coach Kristen Slade brought the dream to life and transformed it into a thriving reality. Rooted in the rich tradition of STEP, the Highland High Steppers are more than a team. They are a movement. They uphold high standards of discipline, academic excellence, and leadership while using STEP as a powerful expression of heritage and cultural pride. Through rhythm, unity, and precision, they continue to inspire and can create a lasting impact within their school and community. Thank you.
I said, "Brr! It's cold in here. There must be some steppers in the atmosphere." I said, "Brr! It's cold in here. There must be some steppers in the atmosphere." I said,
What's going on?
Did y'all see the campus page for our science class? No, why? What's on it? We finally get to join the science fair.
Science fair?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do a volcano. Also, cancer.
I want to explore the space-time continuum.
Guys?
Yeah?
I'm very excited for this science project, but doesn't that mean we have to know the scientific method?
Oh, right.
Don't worry, y'all. I can help. It's super easy. It's only 6 steps. Observe, question, hypothesis, experiment, analysis, and conclusion.
Oh, that doesn't sound too bad. We can work together as a team to get it done faster. What's the first step? Observe. What? Observe. What? I didn't hear you.
Sit back and observe. You know we set it up. And what you know of.
Y'all, I think we observed a lot. But what's the question we're going to try to solve?
How about how sound moves through air?
That's a good one. What about how the body uses energy to make different sounds? Wait, I got it. How much energy do the high steppers bring to the stage?
Yeah, that's a good one. So what's our hypothesis going to be?
How about the Highland High Steppers bring all the energy to the stage? From stepping to dancing, shaking the stage, and energizing the crowd. They always put on a show. Others can try to test this theory, but we always prove them wrong.
Oh, we like that. So now it's time to experiment with different theories, right?
Yup, time to go get them.
runs. But I don't know if we'll win first place with it. Do y'all think we have one more experiment in us to try?
Of course!
He don't wanna be kept on keep. He don't want the people in don't keep. I'll get left on the head. Fuck me like Justin Bieber. Come back, come back, come back, come back, come back, come back, come back. Get him up, 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 get him up.
So now that we had some good experiment, I think it's time for us to gather all the data and analyze the results. Let's break it down step by step.
You're right. The conclusion is my favorite part.
Let's end this project with a bang and show them why the Highland High Steppers bring the energy and ace this project every single time.
It's gone. Do y'all know what's going on? Now for me is what you know about me. Big G-L-O, N-A-G-L-E. 50,000 new Chanel shops spraying every time I pop out. You know I ain't keep on, know what I do. Big C, energy, wipe it out small. Boom, no small, big, I'll bring it every y'all know I can
take a step this way. Perfect. Yes. Yeah, can I get the whole step team to go this way like a step? That's good. Yes. Yes.
Is it okay if we move to Alina where we can see her too? Or maybe switch with Ashley? Is that okay? Yeah. Thanks. There we go.
You guys look so good. Okay, everyone smile on the count of 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. We'll get one more. Okay, ready? I like it. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, cute. Thank you.
How nice, step team. Give it up one more time.
Thank you, my alma mater.
All right. Now we got everybody back to the board table. We'll move on to our consent agenda. Before I seek a motion, board leadership did receive an email from a board member to pull 3 items from the consent agenda. Those 3 items are items 1A, Core Technologies, items 1C, Kickup Incorporated, and item 1D, MGT of America Consulting, LLC. We will add those to the action agenda and take those up when we get there. Is that correct, Ashley, the 3 items? Okay, perfect. With that, I will go ahead and seek a motion to approve the consent agenda minus those 3 items that will be present on action.
I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda minus 1A, C, and D.
Perfect, thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll start with a roll call vote with Board Member Williams.
Bryce Williams, yes.
Charlotte?
Charlotte Fife Jefferson, yes.
Ashley Anderson, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes?
Mohan Debate, yes.
Ryan Jensen, yes.
Amanda Longo, yes.
All right, that motion carries and passes, and we will move on to our next item on the agenda, which is our request to speak. As you know, the board has asked me to read a statement that governs your public comments, so I'll go ahead and do that now. The board enjoys the opportunity to hear from the public during the comment portion of its meetings. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to remind you of our board rules governing your comments. The total time reserved for public comment is not to exceed 15 minutes, with all speakers or groups limited to 3. The board will not allow public comments during board meetings that are slanderous, obscene, or otherwise violate state or federal law. Employees and/or their representatives may not use the public comment period to address issues that should be raised through formal existing communication channels or established grievance or negotiations procedures. I'd also like to explain that unless the speaker's topic is already on the agenda, state law prohibits the board from taking action on items raised during the public comment period. However, if it seems appropriate to the circumstances, I may direct district staff to follow up with a speaker on the topic discussed. We have one request to speak this evening, Doc Crane. I don't see Doc with us. So being that they're not here, we'll go ahead and move on in our agenda. Our first item in the reports agenda is item number 1, the draft 2025-26 student fee schedule and annual review, fee and fee waiver policy and procedures. Alan, the floor is yours.
I'd like to invite General Counsel Kendall to come forward, and she's got a presentation for you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Kendall.
So as some of you may know, state law requires that annually you approve the fee schedule, but it also requires you to annually review and approve the board policy and the administrative procedures. And so this report today is to go over our district's policy and administrative procedures, and then just give you a preview of the proposed fee schedules for elementary school, middle school, and high school, as well as the UHSAA activities, before we put them out for public comment, so that I can get any feedback from the board about any changes you'd like to see before we release it for our two public comments. So, okay. I don't care. Let's see. Okay, well, the first slide says school fees and fee waivers, General Counsel Christina Elder. And the second slide, basically how this presentation is going to go is last year, House Bill 415 made a lot of changes to school fees, especially in terms, it amended definitions, it changed what fees we could charge in a secondary school, but then I can't see what I'm supposed to be saying. Well, this isn't going to be good. Well, that was fun. No, that's too small. Well, this is awkward.
Sam, are you pulling it up on your own? Okay.
Just quietly enjoying the moment.
I think it's attached to the agenda.
No, the
No?
PowerPoint isn't
Okay.
attached to the agenda.
Okay.
Okay.
Now he's gonna pull it up on his, I get it.
Okay. But basically, House Bill 415, the school fee amendments bill, amended definitions related to school fees. It limited the fees, as I said, that districts can charge a secondary student to those that are curricular or co-curricular. It prohibited the charging of a general fee. It amended provisions related to textbook fees, and it prohibits charging a student in grade 6 a fee for a remediation program. That's not my presentation. So how it was going was that state law has a definition of a fee, and it's, I'll read it since it's not on the screen, but it's any charge, expense, deposit, rental, or other payment. And it's basically regardless of how that's paid or like how you term that expense, whether it's called a charge, an expense, a deposit, a rental, a payment, anything in which you're collecting money, goods, or services in exchange, that's going to be considered a fee. As long as it's a condition of a student's full participation in an activity, course, or a program that's sponsored, supported, or provided by the school district. So what House Bill 415 did was fundraising used to be included in the definition of what constituted a fee, but House Bill 415 removed that definition. So on our fee schedules previously, you used to see a breakdown between what was fundraising and what was actually charged as a fee. We no longer have to do that because they've removed that portion out of the definition of a fee. So you can see in the definition I've redlined through money or something of monetary value that was raised by a student or a student's family through fundraising, because that's no longer considered that. And obviously textbooks were removed, as well as materials from the definition of a fee. So next slide, please. So the district's process for setting a fee is in November of each year, the SCC at each elementary or secondary school will review the entire list of fees charged at that school. And if a school is requesting a new fee or changes to the current fees, They have to be discussed a minimum of 2 times in SIC and SCC meetings. And obviously, the goal is always to limit the student expenditures for all school-sponsored activities. That's one of the things that they're looking at. We should also be taking into account the diverse student needs, impact on families, fee waiver implications are always to be discussed. And obviously, any fee that they're requesting has to be equal to or less than the expense. You can't charge a higher fee than what you're gonna pay for an item or a product, and you can't use any fee to supplement or supplant a different fee that you can't charge. So hopefully that makes sense. So once those recommendations come out of the school, they're signed by the principal, the SIC chair, and SCC chair, and they're submitted to school leadership and performance by January 31st of each year. And then after they're approved through school leadership and performance, then they make their way to me to gather on the fee schedule. And Sam, next slide. So what role does the board play in fee schedules? So obviously, as I said, pursuant to state law, each year the board has to review the fee schedules, the policy, and administrative procedures. And you have to approve the policy, fee schedules, and administrative procedures on or before April 1st in a regularly scheduled public board meeting. You also have to provide a minimum of 2 opportunities to comment on the proposed fee schedule during an open and public board meeting. There is a new line in House Bill 415 that you have to authorize each fee individually. Hopefully that will not be the longest motion you've ever made in your life, considering how long our fee schedules are, but we've been talking with the state board to see how we can do that, but that is something new this year. So what's required to be in a fee schedule? So a specific amount for each fee. That's supposed to be clear and easy for everyone to understand the total fee for each activity, class, or program. So especially on our UHSAA fee schedules, you'll see them grouped in terms of like baseball, and there'll be a number of fees underneath it with a total, and those totals would always be the maximum fee that a student could be charged. As many of you know who were here previously, they did a Title IX presentation on athletics, and the amount we're charging for student activities through UHSAA is much less than what's on our fee schedule. So those are clearly a maximum that we typically don't even reach. On our fee schedule, there also has to be an annual maximum aggregate fee for a student. So if a student hits that maximum aggregate fee, they are not charged any more fees throughout the whole entire year. A maximum fee per student per activity, that's also what's listed either individually or in that grouping. A spend plan for how schools plan to spend that fee. On our fee schedules, that's listed in the parenthetical. And an easily understandable statement informing parents about fee waivers and their appeal rights. And so that's always at the top of the fee schedules. So next slide, Sam. So what fees can be charged? Only those on the board-approved fee schedule. And when I put it in bold like that, it means I'm serious. As everyone out here who's here knows, if it's not on the fee schedule, we cannot charge it. So next slide. And just as a reminder, there are no fees in elementary schools. So no fees are charged for anything, including activities like dress down days. I know other neighboring school districts got in trouble for that, but we are not charging any fees for field trips, snacks, textbooks. And there's also specific language that we need to put on all our disclosures to families, even if elementary schools are just requesting that parents maybe bring supplies. That in bold, it always needs to be told that it's completely voluntary for parents to provide those supplies, otherwise they'll be provided by the school. So next slide. So starting in the 25-26 school year, which is the upcoming school year, and that's the fee schedule you're looking at for thinking about approving. The district may not charge a secondary student a fee for a curricular or co-curricular activity that is required for the instruction of established core standards, and that is not unelective except for the following. So we can charge for instructional equipment or supplies, driver's education courses, open enrollment applications, competency remediation programs, music instrument rentals, and school activity clothing. So, and as Business Administrator Kersley has indicated before in his prior conversations with the board, although state law does allow us to charge for electives, we are choosing to not do that. We are getting rid of all our curricular fees if that's the intent from the board. Next slide, Sam. So, I think you went one too far. So can students be charged for textbooks? The answer is in general, no, they cannot be charged for any instructional material regardless of the format that material comes in. But they can be charged for concurrent enrollment, IB or AP textbooks. Obviously, those are still subject to a fee waiver. And the district can also charge a fee related to tuition, college credit, or exams related to those courses. And House Bill 415 added IB for the upcoming year. That previously wasn't part of that. So it had been AP and concurrent, but IB is new. So next slide. Thanks. So what fees must be waived? Basically, it's all fees must be waived for student participation in any class, program, or activity, including extracurricular activities, so that includes all our sports, UHSAA activities that are provided, sponsored, or supported for the benefit of students in grades K through 12, regardless of whether or not the program, class, or activity is designated as extracurricular or optional, mandatory, before school or after school. Those are all going to be waivable. Next slide. So what isn't considered a fee? So regular school supplies are not considered a fee. The only exception to that is if a teacher designated a specific type of school supply, like you had to have this particular specific brand, style, color, or like a special imprint on it, then those would be considered a fee and those would be waivable. Insurance is always optional unless it's required to participate in a class or activity again. SAT, ACT, GED tests, those are not considered fees. College credit, yearbook, class rings, letter jackets, fines for damaging any property or for parking violations, and school meals through the school lunch program. So who can qualify for a fee waiver? There are 6 categories under which a student is eligible for, and can be granted a fee waiver. Obviously, they're based on income or receiving SSI, Supplemental Security Income, TAMP funding, temporary assistance for needy families, if the student's in foster care, if the student's in state custody, or obviously if the student is designated as McKinney-Vento. Also, just so you're aware, even if a student or family doesn't meet any of those 6 particular criteria, the principal always has the option of granting a fee waiver on a case-by-case basis. So those can always be granted regardless of qualifications under those. So the fee waiver process, obviously, it's supposed to be confidential, 100%. Other students can't be part of that process. We want to avoid any sort of embarrassment or stigmatism. Your administrators are not allowed to keep any verification documentation. They can't ask families or students why fees can't be paid. And they have 2 levels of appeal available to them. During any appeal process, we will not be assessing, we are not allowed to assess any fees. And there can't be separate lines, like arrows saying fee waivers here. We need to do it in the most discreet, confidential, unstigmatizing manner possible. So the collection of school fees. We can pursue reasonable methods for collecting school fees, but as a result of not paying fees, we can never exclude a student from participating in any class, activity, or program. we can't withhold a course grade, and we can't deny a current or former student an official transcript or any of their official student records. So that's just a quick summary of our policies and procedures related to fees and fee waivers. Obviously, if you look at the administrative procedures, I think it's 13 pages, which I barely had that many slides. So there's a lot more words in the administrative procedures, but if you have any questions, I'm perfectly happy to answer any questions about what our process is for setting fees or collecting fees, and then we can move on to the fee schedules.
We have a question from Amanda.
Okay, so I won't tackle the fee schedules yet if we're gonna do that next. I do have a question as to, you clarified that the totals are maximum that can be charged, and so schools/programs can charge less. If you could explain to the public administrators, et cetera, like if they choose to charge less because of the particular population they're trying to serve, but the costs do exceed what they're charging, what are the options to help supplement the cost, even if the fees are conservatively applied? Does that make sense?
I'm not sure I understand your question, but what I can
I can give you an example if you need it, but.
It's okay. So what I can say is schools often have discretionary funds within their budget that they can use discretionary funds to supplement if there's a shortfall, or obviously the district gives some money to offset fees and fee waivers to schools. Additionally, the foundation is always available to help fundraise or gather money or offset some of those costs as well. Is that what you're asking me?
Perfectly, thank you.
Of course. So the next thing I wanted to go over was the fee schedules, and we can start on the pre-K, elementary, and middle school fees. Because the fee schedule only requires fees for K-12, we have removed all the pre-K fees from the fee schedule. That does not mean that our pre-K program will not be charging fees. They're just not on this fee schedule anymore. Part of the thought behind this was that if you had to approve every fee individually, this was like an extra 50. But really, there isn't a need for them to be on, and some of the feedback from the Utah State Board of Education was that the fee schedule should really be K-12. So we have removed the pre-K fees from that. And otherwise, obviously, we have removed the curricular fees from the middle school schedule. We've removed everything related to field trips. We've left on some instrumental music rentals. But do you have any questions about the current elementary and middle school fee schedule? Okay. And just to be clear, under the after-school and community education program on the elementary and middle school fee schedule, we've included the middle school musical. Clayton, that's where the Clayton play falls in terms of it being an after-school activity. So those fees are listed there in case there is any question about that. So with regard to the high school fee schedule, there is a lot of red because we have endeavored to get rid of all the fees that are considered curricular or co-curricular. We've left on fees where for school activity clothing, a lot of times you'll see like a t-shirt. And again, I just want to remind everyone that those fees are still fee waivable. They're still eligible for a fee waiver. They're just optional. And again, if there is travel associated with a particular club, although we can charge a fee for that, again, that is still fee waivable as well. So, and obviously with regard to our CTE courses, the actual fees that are required to participate in the course have all been removed. So we will be picking up some of those additional fees, especially where there is a component that of shots or vaccines that are necessary to participate in some of the clinicals that are necessary for those courses. But for any of the certificates, which I know Laura DeShazo and everyone here who supports CTE is hoping that everyone will go on to get their certificate, because gaining that certificate is not mandatory for the CTE courses. Those fees are still on the fee schedule, but again, they are waivable. So any questions about the high school fees
Amanda?
until we get to the UHSAA one?
So mine's gonna be unified sports, so I don't know if that's a wait or now.
That's a wait.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna use the opportunity to ask, Alan, if he could clarify. Many students, I assume because students have not come to this meeting, they have had their questions about their specific clubs addressed. But in addition to clarifying the process with the foundation, I also know that Alan was working on administrators getting and giving some more consistent information about how club advisors or athletic coaches could make sure they were using not only their fee, but resources from the foundation. Can you describe any work that's been done on that to date?
I know James and the foundation have been working, James has met at least twice with faculty and staff over at West High School. His department is working on like a one-pager, kind of how to access. They have a folder that they've always had that kind of gives the process that they've sent out, but they're kind of working on even a more concise summaries too, so that all club sponsors or activity sponsors know how to access the foundation and what they can provide for their activities.
And then we've heard a lot from students at West, but that one pager would be available to administrators also at Highland and East or any other applicable?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
And just to be clear, a student reached out to me and I indicated that the 2 board meetings in March were when the board is scheduled to hear public comment, so they may come speak then as well.
Mohammed?
So if there are no questions.
No.
Hi.
So mine is about lunch fees. So we all know the cost of living has gone up and even middle-class families are feeling it. So, and I'm just wondering, what would it take for our district to offer free lunch across the board?
I don't have the number in front of me right now, but last we looked, I think it was about $2 million.
Okay. Okay. So, I think this is something we owe actually to our children, because there are families out there who even cannot afford it, but they will not have, they just feel the pride that they're not gonna ask for a fee waiver, for a free lunch. And we need to take that into consideration. And I really, encourage you, superintendent and staff, if there is anything that can be done, that the board can do so that every kid have food in our district and not have to worry about the fees would be fantastic. Because, food is essential. It's just a reality of life. Thank you.
Thanks, Mohammed. I do want to appreciate you stating that and letting us know your desire to explore that. Just want to make sure that that other board members would agree to that, to make sure we have that direction for the superintendent, if that is something that the board would like to explore or discover, or anything like that.
I would think it's most appropriate if something like that is driven through the finance committee as part of the budget cycle. But my follow-up question would be, we're not making the lunch fee with this,
No.
correct?
It's a
So,
completely separate thing.
I would say I certainly support the goal of having free lunch. I mean, there's multiple bills in the session about this statewide, which would be great to advance. And I think because that's not on this fee schedule, but is certainly a worthy goal, the finance committee would be the place that I would suggest personally that I think would be productive to talk about it.
Just seeing some nods from finance committee members, is that something that we'd like to take up in our next finance committee meeting?
Yeah, we can address it there, but yeah, I say we stay focused on the particular topic at hand.
Mohammed, does that work for you, Alan? Thanks. Thank you, Ms. Kidney.
Of course, and one of the things I did want to mention, because I know that you have a specific concern about the people coming forward and having to ask for fee waivers, and just that they might not be comfortable doing that. One of the things to know is that it's part of the online registration that you can apply for a fee waiver. And also, if you apply for free and reduced lunch, that automatically qualifies you for fee waivers, and we're working on transferring that information, so you wouldn't have to double apply and come in and apply for a fee waiver for these fees if you were already eligible for free and reduced lunch. Okay. So any other questions on the high school fee schedule before we move to UHSAA?
Helena?
So like you were saying about the external fees associated with like clinicals in CTE classes, would that have to be through like a partnered provider or something like that, a specific provider for healthcare? Or-
Oh, for the vaccines?
Yeah,
And
stuff like
yeah, in terms of if you were getting them through the fee waiver process through our vendor who would come in and do those, then they're no longer going to be charged. That we would have people come in and provide those vaccines. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. So for UHSAA activities, I know there's some questions, but before those happen, I did want to talk a little bit about this particular fee schedule. We put on esports, which was recently approved, so there is a new piece for esports. I wanted to talk a little bit, I know students from West have been vocal about raising the travel costs. And the request from West High did come to School Leadership and Performance to raise the travel costs by $600 for each of the sports. Highland High School asked for a $100 reduction in travel costs. And East High School was fine with the fees as they currently are for travel. So the recommendation coming out of SLAP was, School Leadership and Performance. No slapping, sorry. I'll slap myself. The recommendation coming out of School Leadership and Performance was to keep the travel fees the same and not increase them. There was a request for senior street banners to be added to every sport, and because of timing, that wasn't added to unified sports, but that would be increased. Additionally, there was a request for the spirit packs to be increased by $100 for each sport. So that is what you're seeing, but I just wanted to be clear that the $600 increase that was requested from West High, the West High community, was not reflected on here, although it was considered, but based on the input from the other two schools, that request wasn't put on this particular schedule. And in terms of unified sports, that is currently on the UHSAA fee schedule. In talking to both Emily Sutherland as well as Erin Anderson, previously unified sports had been run more as a after-school activity or club. It hadn't been run as a full and complete, robust activity or sport through UHSAA. And what we're hoping by putting it on this fee schedule, and there'll be a presentation coming up in which I know they will be asking for some funding for head coaches and whatnot, is to actually make unified sports very robust and provide the same amount of opportunities, services, and experiences for students participating in unified sports as any other UHSAA activity. So one of the things is that previously unified sports, the students wore pennies, right? They didn't have actual uniforms. And by having a school having a fee on the fee schedule, will be able to purchase actual uniforms, provide for transportation, district-sponsored transportation to the different activities. We're trying to raise it to the level of all other UHSAA activities. Additionally, the Unified Sports fees are for an entire year. So whereas baseball or football are those seasonal fees, Unified Sports that one fee would cover participation for all 3 seasons. So if a student was only participating in one particular season, obviously the fee would be a lot less. And again, this is going to be a maximum fee. We're anticipating that it'll probably be a lot less, but we would like the students to have spirit packs and actual uniforms and transportation to all the competitions. So in order to make it more robust and get coaching and make sure they have similar opportunities, we're asking that it be put on the UHSAA fee schedule with the smallest fee that we have for these types of activities.
Amanda?
Thank you for that clarification. You answered some of my questions. I am a little confused about a statement that you had made earlier where schools can elect to charge less than the fee that's posted. But when you were talking about how West High requested $600 more for traveling, but Highland High requested $100 less, why would a school be requesting less if they have the option to charge less?
So they asked for the $100 increase in swag bags and $100
I thought you
less.
said on travel, but maybe I
Right,
heard
they
you wrong.
wanted, so they wanted $100 more on swag bags and to take it off $100 in travel so that the fee charged to the student would be the same. They just wanted it put in a different line. They didn't believe that their travel needed to be increased, and so in order to not raise the fee overall that students would pay for a particular activity, they were willing to take $100 off of travel if they could add it to the spirit packs.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
That makes better sense. And then Unified Sports, I did email you guys, but to go along the lines of what you were saying, that you wanted it to be as robust and comparable to the other UHAA sports, what it's missing is a banner option. So that would be a request, is to get that on there.
Yeah, and I had said that we would put it on.
Oh, I missed that, sorry.
It's okay.
Maybe I was thinking and I wasn't listening.
It's okay. I had just said, because we had put the senior spirit banners on the fee schedule at a different time, and then we added Unified Sports, we're gonna add that line back onto Unified Sports.
Thank you. I
Of
did
course.
not catch all your words. I apologize.
No worries.
And then just extra emphasis on marketing the waiver exception, so individuals understand that. And thank you for delineating that if individuals don't participate with the entire year of Unified Sports, that there is a decrease on the fees. And then that does truly cover the entire year, which helps make it more affordable, as well as helps hopefully decrease the potential deter for the neurotypical students' participation, and thus negating the unified concept. So I'm definitely very hopeful for how the outcomes and the thoughtfulness for what was put into it. So thank you for that.
Of course, and I will say that Special Olympics does donate a lot of money, so these fees are just sort of a backup plan if we need it. But we do get significant money from Special Olympics for that, and I know the foundation is going to offset some of the funding for it as well. But it's just we need it on the fee schedule in case we ever have to charge those. But again, it's just a backup. So I guess what I would be looking for is just any direction if you would like anything changed on the fee schedules before we post them for public comment or input.
Ms. Kendall, I keep going back to B.A. Kersley's recommendation regarding curricular and non-curricular fees. I can speak for myself that I would like to move in that direction based on his recommendation, and is that the kind of direction that you're hoping for in this?
No, I just wondered if you had
Okay.
a problem with a specific fee on here that you wanted me
Nope,
to
I don't.
change. Okay,
Thank you.
great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next report this evening is middle level reports. Superintendent?
So you got a copy of the middle level report, and Tiffany and Dallin are presenting here. They've been the leads on this. I want to just call out too.
You mean online?
Did you not get a copy of?
It was online.
Online.
Yeah, the link brings you to it.
I have one in there.
I mean, I have it online.
Yeah, should be on.
Yes, wait a minute. It came with the agenda, right?
I'm asking you, am I to have the paper copy you're
Oh,
holding?
no, I printed mine out. I was just, sorry. Sorry about that. What I love about this too, just to compliment these two in getting started, is that one of the things we're trying to do as a district is get input into important decisions from our stakeholders. What Tiffany and Dallin put together around a working group in this middle level question, again, this was raised last year, I think in a late spring meeting, by some middle school teachers who said we need to be paying attention to middle schools. We agreed. So we are responding to teacher requests with this, but also putting together a group that can spend some time coming up with these ideas together so that we get a lot of input. And so I just want to say thanks for putting that group together, the middle level group together, because it's the process that I want to do more and more as a district than that we have ahead of taking up some big questions and bringing in a lot of voices to the conversation. So thanks, you guys.
Thanks. Well, you all have heard my voice a lot. You know who I am, so I'm going to take just a minute and introduce Dallin Miller to you. Dallin is an area director in school leadership and performance. I first met Dallin when he was working at Northwest, and one of the things that I really noticed about him there was his ability to identify procedures and systems and just flat out actions and behaviors that engaged middle school students and really made them excited to come and be in the library, come and be in school, come and do all of those things. He's since been an elementary administrator and also a middle school principal, and he is now over all of the middle schools in the district and a couple of elementary schools. And so he is really the key person who knows what administrators and teachers and students are doing, thinking, and feeling in our middle schools. The purpose of this committee, when the superintendent came to us and asked us to respond to the teachers that came up and talked to the board, presented to the board about middle schools, was really to look at our current middle schools. And earlier tonight, we talked about the difference with schools and programs. And so we were really looking at our 5 middle schools and also Nibley Park, which is a school that has 7th and 8th grade in it, because what we wanted to do was see what commonalities and differences we had in structures and resources across the district, and also to look at the needs that could be identified across middle schools, either individually or as the 6 of them together they looked. And so it was really interesting because we pulled together a very large group. We ended up inviting close to 40 people and had a core group of about 25. They're listed in the front of the report. And they included middle school teachers, middle school administrators. We had some high school administrators that came in every now and then, or all of the time. And then we had university people who were very involved in this process as well. And I think that we didn't end up where we thought we would in the conversation, which is what I thought was so interesting and organic about it. What we discovered wasn't what we expected to find, and so that was very interesting. But we did have a very highly experienced group of teachers and administrators that contributed to this and really helped us outline some next steps, both for us as a district and also requests that we have for you to consider as a board. So at this time, I am going to turn it over to Mr. Miller, who will kind of walk you through our report and some of the highlights, and then we'll be open for your questions.
Thank you. Go to the next slide, please.
Thanks.
All right. You have the report in front of you, and we have some very brief slides to cover. I'll direct you to the page that I'm reading from. I'm not going to read everything. I'll just summarize. and then we can, again, take questions at the end. First of all, we wanted to highlight a couple areas that we're pulling from the strategic plan in 3 of the areas. First one, equitable access and inclusion. Middle schools should prepare all students for advanced high school courses and support the development of their academic identities as scholars. In the second piece, in academic success, talking about productive academic conversations. Students should also have appropriate academic support and enrichment. In the last section, access to expanded learning opportunities. This includes providing opportunities for students to participate in extended and honors classes to prepare them for more rigorous high school pathways. Moving over to page 2 of the document, we want to talk about the similarities and differences in school structures. In the first area, we're going to focus on page 2, our schedules. We've got 5, if you want to call them traditional middle schools in our district, and Nibley Parks. We're mostly talking tonight about Bryant, Clayton, Glendale, Hillside, Northwest, and Nibley Park, which is our K-8 school. When we refer to Nibley Park, we'll be talking about both the K-8 model and sometimes their 7th and 8th grade. On page 2 at the top, you'll see our current number of students in our middle schools. Bryant, our smallest right now at 360, to our biggest school at Glendale is 680. It's our biggest because it does have 6th grade in there. I do want to highlight that 4 of our schools, our middle schools, are smaller than some of our elementary schools right now. Just note that. And we do have 3 different models. We have 7-8, a 6-8, and a K-8. In our start and end times and the length of our school days, we also vary quite a bit. Most of our schools start at 8. We've got one starting at 8:05 at Nibley Park, and Bryant starting at 8:05, and varying end times as well. Our Northwest Middle School, they chose to have fewer short days this school year, so you'll notice that they actually have more instructional hours, 1,014, which is different than most of the other schools. Next page, still talking about our middle level schedules. What we found after studying all of our middle schools is that their periods vary in almost every building. There's something different. If you look at Glendale, they're on what we call a 5x5 block. So the students, they go to math, science, and language arts every day. If they have an ELD class, they might go to that every day, but then their electives rotate. This provides them a 60-minute period, which is great, but limits other areas of their academics. I'll talk about that in a minute.
Dallin, can I pause you for a minute?
Yep.
If the slides are what the public are seeing, they're not advancing along with where
Nope.
you're at on the slides.
I'm just reading through the report, just summarizing. So, 3 of our schools have a 7-period day, which is about a 45-minute period, and then we have Bryant that has an 8-period day, which is about a 39-minute period. Nibley Park, they run sometimes a middle school schedule, also an elementary schedule. They don't have a typical middle school schedule where they go to every period or every class every day. Nibley Park, talk about them for a minute. They don't have full semesters of health, digital literacy, social studies in their schedule like other typical middle schools do, which is a small problem. State code changed a few years back where students are required to take specific classes in middle school. Nibley Park is doing their best to meet those requirements, maybe getting that class once a week, but it should be daily. So they're not meeting those minimum requirements. A couple things about the varying periods. The 7-period day, which most of our schools have, it is cost efficient, but has a shorter period, 45 minutes, 48 minutes. You can get almost everything done. It is hard to run like a foods class and get your cooking done by the end of that period. However, it is very cost efficient. You can hire the teachers you want. You can have the right amount of FTE and provide the electives that you want, and the kids can choose the electives and get through middle school with the classes they want to take. The 5x5 schedule, you create a space to have more electives. However, you increase the cost of having more content core teachers. You have to hire more language arts, math, and science teachers to run a 5x5. So then obviously that just costs more money to have that many more teachers. Having different schedules of start times, 5 different start times and end times and schedules throughout the district is challenging and less efficient, we discovered in our study. If we had all of our schools on the same schedule, it would allow schools to share teachers for courses that would have sufficient enrollment for a full-time teacher at one school, for example. Moving over to page 5 in the same section. Oh, actually, I want to move over to, I'm going to take you to
While you get to that section, may I
Yep.
ask a question?
Sure.
You mentioned the 5x5 block costs more, and I'm seeing that that's only done at Glendale. Is it able to be done at Glendale because they have the FTE, because they have 6th graders, or is there some other reason they're able to cover that cost?
It's a site-based decision.
Okay, but they would, it stands to reason, have more money because they have more overall students, so their staffing is higher.
Yes. And as their enrollment shrinks, it's harder to fund that. Yeah, it's not sustainable. Moving over to page 9.
we have another question.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
We can hold our questions if you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And I can speed up too.
Okay.
Over on page 9, just a real brief review on what is required in middle schools. Students need to take language arts, math, science, a social studies, health, fine arts, a CTE course, and digital literacy. Those are the minimums. Over on page 10, we would like to provide a world language, advanced fine arts, or additional CTE pathways for students. The goal is to align our CTE pathways to what our feeder high schools provide. That's the future, the idea for the future. And last for this section on course offerings, some non-negotiables that we highlighted. This came from just having a conversation with the principals and teachers and other people involved in this group. In the middle of the page, page 11. Thank you. And non-negotiables. Establishing course non-negotiables in middle schools ensures that all students receive a well-rounded education, equitable access to essential learning opportunities, and the necessary preparation for high school and beyond. In Salt Lake City School District, here at the bottom, students should have access to, at a minimum, courses such as accelerated math pathways, the 7 and 8, the math 7 and 8 accelerated class, secondary 1 to earn high school credit in middle school. Honors courses in course areas, at least one world language, which could include Spanish DLI if appropriate for the elementary feeder program, and at least one visual arts track and one performance arts track, although more are encouraged. The next point on here, we're talking about extracurricular activities on page 14. All of our middle schools do have an after-school program. They look very similar in most buildings. The one piece that I want to highlight that we felt was very important as we studied our after-school program is the intramural program, the sports program that we have in the after-school that happens after school. We have 4 sports that happen throughout the year, and we see a high participation rate for students. It has had a positive impact on our students and the community. It brings in parents and families throughout the school year. Each sport brings in different families throughout the year. It fosters a social development and helps students build a meaningful relationship with their peers and mentors. Participation in these activities has been shown to increase school attendance as students feel more connected and engaged. Additionally, the program offers exposure to experiences that students might not otherwise have to, broadening their horizons and building essential life skills. And we want to continue that program. We have found it challenging as the program is funded on soft money. It's funded on grants. And we're currently searching to fund that again, to find a way to continue that program. And I know that it's been reported on in the past. We're working on continuing that sports program and streamlining it, making it so, what requirements students have at Glendale are the same requirements that they have at Hillside, and access to those programs is the same at each building. The last piece is transitions on page 15 and 16. The group that came up here in the spring talked about the challenges that middle schoolers have. When you get kids that rotate 50% every year, it is very hard to build a good relationship with a 12-year-old. You get them for the first year, you're building that relationship with them. It goes well, they're gone the next year. That was one of the reasons they came up here to talk about, looking into possibly adding 6th grade, having a 3rd year. What does that look like? The transition for a 12-year-old to a 13-year-old is challenging. Research says, we've read is it more challenging for a 5th grader to transition as a 6th grader into middle school, or a 6th grader from elementary to transition to middle school as a 7th grader? Those are the things we want to look more into. When we're talking about transitions, we were looking at the importance of our counselors. And on page 15, you'll see that our schools have a very different rate of counselors. The reason for that is schools can determine how many counselors they want, a site-based decision. If they want to fund additional counselors, they can do that. Nibley Park has 1 counselor for K-8. Bryant has 1.5, and then the others have up to 3. And we noted that counselors play a very different role in elementary school versus what they do in a middle school. And that is noted later on page 15 and 16, that the counselors provide, in elementary, they provide monthly lessons on how to be a friend, whereas a middle school counselor, they're starting to talk about pathways, careers, and CCRs. So it's a very different experience. And do we want to give our 6th graders that middle school experience, or keep them in the elementary experience? So a lot of questions arise. The last piece of transitions I want to talk about talks about our feeder program, or not program, I'm sorry, our feeder pattern. And this is highlighted back on page 5. And this is a challenge that we identified near the end of our discussions in November and December. And this is based off of the school closures from last year and where our current sixth graders are. So I'll provide an example. Let's take a student at Jackson. This fifth grader last year has moved from Jackson as a sixth grader to Newman. Getting to know their new Newman friends, building a new community, has a new teacher, and getting to know everybody. And mid-year, they still live in Bryant boundaries, but all their new friends that live in the Jackson or in the Newman boundary are pointed to Northwest. So I've got this previously Jackson kid in a Northwest, mostly Northwest boundary, but is pointed to Bryant. So they're kind of in this conundrum of, do I want to do a special permit to go to Northwest with my new friends, or I'm still living in my Bryant boundary and I go to my Bryant that's my home school. So we've got 3 or 4 schools and groups of students that are in this situation that we've got to solve. We've got to figure out a feeder pattern or address this for students that don't really know, their direction. So that was something that we identified, not necessarily have an answer for, but something that we should consider moving forward. And you could say that about a kid from Benyon that went to Liberty, a kid from Hawthorne that moved to Whittier, or Hawthorne to Indian Hills. So there's some areas that we need to address. Next slide. Okay. Last. So where we ended as what we need to do as a district, and you'll see that in front of you, is first discuss and select a consistent schedule to be implemented at all middle level schools. Place all middle schools on the same start and end time schedule to facilitate collaborative meetings and PLCs. Review course offerings for appropriate access at all middle school levels. Determine structures that would support elective courses, especially at schools impacted by the number of ELD or reading courses needed to support students. Investigate ways to increase engagement in after-school programming. And last, reconfigure Nibley Park K-8 as an elementary school. So again, that is district next steps. Last, what we'd like the board to consider are 2 areas. First, study middle configurations to determine if creating a 6-8 schools is feasible and supportive of student development and learning. And second, study middle school boundaries to align students' movement from elementary to middle school as much as possible. Questions?
Sure, there will be some.
I haven't been up here since 2018, so give me let me work into it.
I don't have a question, but I have a comment. And I shared this prior to the meeting, but I was concerned when I opened the report that West's 7th and 8th grade was excluded from the review. Because in our September meeting, we were told that kind of all middle level student experiences were going to be measured and that all programs would be considered, and really no indication that a special program would be excluded. And so then I was able to hear from Dr. Hall that because this study did not involve a recommendation on grade configuration, that's why West was excluded. But I'm a little bit confused by that because the report does have a lot of discussion of configuration of schools. And also, as Dallin pointed out, the initial ask by Slick C. Bryant faculty was about some of the challenges of that 6 to 8 transition. And I had originally understood that Brian Connolly was part of the study specifically because it might involve a boundary study, which now we're being asked to do. So my ask would be, in order to really effectively study or explore these questions, I really do think it's imperative to add some information about West, how it works, the number of students who go there, and really some of the challenges that are present when West is in the mix, because there are always courses and experiences that only magnet students can access, including but not limited to speech and debate. And I think it's worth having that type of outlying information included for us to move forward with all of the information. And that when we don't consider the feeder pattern of a magnet, which serves not an insignificant amount of students, I think we're missing out on a lot of productive information. But with that in mind, I think this is very informative. And I would also be curious what the recommended timetable would be for the ongoing discussions that we'd have to have. Oh, and I do have one more question, because my timer didn't ding. I'm confused about the recommendation regarding Nibley Park, because it'd be my understanding that that reconfiguration would have to happen with board approval or direction to study. You can just refigure the classroom structure. It wouldn't have to be a formal recommendation to study Nibley Park.
That's right.
Great.
That's right. And on the timeline, I'd actually like, because sixth grade keeps coming up as an issue, do we move it, do we not? Is it good and for what reasons and things? I'd like to get started sooner than later and put together another working group like this to take up that question, pull together the research, look at the pros and cons, bring parents into that conversation. I think they'll have strong feelings one way or another about moving sixth graders up, and make a decision for now about what we do, because it'll start to affect what kind of space access we have and things. We do have some space challenges if we moved in that direction, but for a group to take that up and bring that back to you as a board with some findings that would help you decide whether or not you want to consider moving sixth grade into middle schools. It's been done in our neighborhood district at Granite. Do you know of others that have done this? Canyons did it as well?
Canyons done it.
Okay. So some here in the valley that have moved in this direction. So they've taken this up, decided to do it. It keeps coming up. So I'd like us to kind of roll off this one and roll into a new working group to bring you something in the next 3 to 4 months. Do you think that's possible? Something, how long did this one take on the whole to get this all done and written?
We started in August or September. September.
Yeah.
So it may be longer than this school year, and it would transition into the new school
Yeah.
year or something to bring a report back to the board, but that would be my first suggestion, is getting going on that. From what I understand, the school principals are looking at changing the school schedules together right now. They're working together on a plan for that. And so getting started on those things.
Thank you. While we keep talking, can you go back to that slide of asks?
District or board? Or district, the board considerations?
Are you talking about the
Oh,
board
I actually want to see both, so, but probably the board one is what I mean. Okay.
So do you have more to ask Ashley, or?
Amanda?
Let me get back to my notes. So I wanted to jump in and kind of emphasize Dallin and his skills. I got the opportunity to get to know him whenever my two older were over at Clayton, and Dallin was really good about seeing each kid individually versus being too busy to acknowledge that, which is pretty commendable given you're getting into a larger group of students. And one of my kids had some stuff, and Dallin was really great about navigating that in a way to help him succeed versus otherwise. So just thank you, Dallin, for such a great experience over at Clayton. I appreciate that. I do want to reiterate gratitude for the detail of this report. It's very helpful to be able to make informed decisions, and so kudos to everybody that was involved in the detail on this, because it helps me feel like I can feel good about any decisions or recommendations that are being made. I do want to point out I've received about a half a dozen emails about the Nibley conversation. Obviously, it's very early on we don't know what direction we're gonna go with it. But I wanted to hit on that, because they did take the time to message me. One was a parent concerned about, they're choosing to go to Nibley instead of a comprehensive middle school to avoid the bullying, and so that the kids could be seen and heard. And they did not have a negative transition from Nibley to high school on that particular parent. The student said they were surprised by this discussion, concerned about what will happen to the teachers, a concern for students being broken up with the change. And a teacher reached out and just said that it doesn't consider the 40% of 7th to 8th graders coming outside the district and boundaries just specifically for Nibley Park's alternative middle school approach. And then concerned about only finding out about this at the agenda on Friday. So just some pieces to take away on trying to figure out how to communicate this out to the public, and other things, not just specifically this, as we're going through these processes of, and this will go into a conversation later in tonight's meeting, but I wanted to at least give a voice to those who made the effort to reach out to me.
Thank you for that, and I agree with you in terms of creating time for that voice and for parents to air their desires and concerns. We would set up a public input process in that with a board meeting, even if it's not part of the official G5.
Yeah, and I let them know about that opportunity and stuff, so.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Dallin and Dr. Hall? Charlotte?
Thank you for all the work you've done on this. I wondered about Glendale. So if they were to go back to a 7 periods schedule, would they lose instruction time?
Yes, and that is one of our biggest challenges because because of other powers that be, we're really constrained on what kind of schedule we can create with our start and end times. So we've got to be creative in where we can add time to the period. We can only get it to fit in between 8 and 2:30. Where can we make their class periods longer? You know, we can shorten the transition times. We can extend Fridays as an option like Northwest. We can look at a 6-period day. They're looking at all sorts of options. However, what we are looking at is what schools are successful with their 7-period day and why is it successful? What are they offering to their students to close the achievement gap? What has Northwest done with their 7-period today to show success that Glendale could model after? So we need to pull successful areas of our district and implant those at Glendale if they were to go to a 7-period model by adding other courses, adding some potential intervention classes for students that may need it or extension classes for students that may need it.
Okay. So how long has Glendale been in the 5x5 block?
I would say 5 to 7 years.
And do you know why they moved to that? Was it to add instruction time and to boost achievement or progress, you know?
Both, yeah.
And has it had that effect?
I think it did, and now we're seeing it go back down. They've been in ATSI for the last 3 years and recently moved into CSI for low performing student groups for their students with disabilities.
Can you explain those?
Yeah, I don't think you were
acronyms?
here
Sorry.
you weren't here for those conversations.
No.
So they were in the bottom 5% for a couple student groups, one of them being students with disabilities.
Okay.
And for 4 years, they needed to hit a certain target. They were unable to make that target. So this last November, they were identified as a low-performing student group for students with disabilities. which means that we've got some oversight, including me, teaching and learning, my boss, the state, and we're looking at different ways to change to increase student achievement, and one of those things might be the master schedule. So we've got to identify through a comprehensive needs assessment what is not working and figure out the root cause of those problems and make changes to their instruction, which includes, I mean, it's everything from instruction to master schedule to curriculum, like it's all over the place. So,
And weren't they've made progress in the ELL,
yeah.
right? A
Yeah,
lot.
they made progress in 2 of their student groups, but not this one group. So they were in this ATSI for 3 groups. They got out of this,
ATS.
they were in ATSI for 3 groups. They just didn't get out for students with disabilities. So it's targeted supportive intervention.
Okay.
Is the category. I can go way more into detail for you later.
Yeah, I mean, the reason to change their schedule would be if it would benefit the students, right, and boost achievement. So.
Right, and if changing this schedule would actually allow more sections of language arts, more sections of math, more sections of science, to push in students with disabilities into those classrooms at a lower ratio, which is what we want. Right now, the ratio between students with disabilities and non is too high. So
Okay.
having a 7-period day would actually benefit students with disabilities, which is the group we're seeking to close the achievement gap. Did I explain that okay?
Yeah, you did. I know there was an attendance issue as well. So, I mean, with the pandemic and post-pandemic,
Yeah.
could that be factoring into some of the low performance issues with our students with disabilities?
Possibly. I mean, I can't say yes or no to that specific student group, but attendance in all of our middle schools is an issue that we're looking at.
Thank you.
I mean,
Everywhere.
everywhere.
Everybody's
K-12,
looking at attendance,
nationwide, yeah.
Brian?
Yes, I have several questions, and I don't know, maybe this is suggesting that we need a study session or something on this, but what I got out of the report were a couple of things. First of all, we've talked a little bit about Nibley Park and what do we need to do to address the students' needs there. And to me, as I was reading it, tell me if I'm wrong, are those 70 students getting what they need at Nibley Park for a middle school education?
I would say they're getting parts of what they need. I think
Okay.
they're getting,
So they're getting parts, but they're not getting the full middle school education.
correct.
Okay.
I didn't highlight, they don't have access to any honors or
Right.
extended courses.
And that's what I was reading.
Mhm.
That there's no honors. There's a number of things that is just simply not available. at
Correct.
Nibley Park.
Yeah, when Mr. Miller said that they were on the elementary schedule for arts and music and PE, they're participating with the 6th graders on that schedule rather than having a class that might be more advanced or more focused in, like some of the other middle schools have, that really also then help prepare them to feed into the high school programs. So that's another area that's.
Okay, so to me, that's something that we need to look at urgently. I mean, 70 students right there. Another thing to me that was a concern, so you were talking about the feeder patterns and
Mhm.
all of that.
Mhm.
so that's tied to boundaries. I get that, and how we realign the new elementary schools. Is the way that it's working right now, though, for a student that finds themselves in that predicament, the Mary Jackson, can they choose either school to go to?
Yeah, they do. And when we started thinking about this, like, I'm very concerned about students and student-centered, so I reached out to my counterpart and said, hey, can you make sure that this group of kids know their options so that, if they want to go to Northwest, that they know how to fill out a special permit, or the parents are aware and we get the counselors involved. So they know their options. But it's up to me or Tracy, the other area director, to be ahead of the game, right? We want to put systems in place that if I go away or Tracy goes away, that those are in place.
Okay, I appreciate hearing that, because to me, I guess I'm thinking that Mary Jackson student, one of those students may think, I want to go with my new friends.
Mm-hmm.
But then there may be another one that says, no, I want to go back to my old friends, or maybe they haven't made as many new friends. So I just want it to be that they are able to, what's going to be best for them, because they're transitioning to begin with,
right?
But they've also been put in this other predicament with boundary realignments and all of those sorts of things.
Right.
So, okay.
And we did double check. There's still a bus, right, in the Jackson neighborhood to get them to Bryant. So
okay, so that was my next one. So there's a way for them to get there on buses and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm trying to keep track of my time. Okay. Oh, in your next steps, you talked about every school having like the same core. I don't have that slide in front of me. Well, I think that that's imperative, because when we look at some of those, like you gave a listing of the courses that were available, and I just noted, like, in one middle school, they don't have coding, and in all of the others, they have coding. Well, I think that middle school needs coding. That's an important, anyway, to me, an important area. One of them, they have Spanish for first year, but they don't have Spanish for second year, if I'm remembering correctly. So there's another one where, there's some things that, to me, suggest more work here, or, we got to address these things. And then another one was band. It seemed like in 3 of them, they all had a chance to do band, but in another one, they don't get band. And to me, it's important to support that musical aspect as well. My time's up.
Any other questions for Dallin and Dr. Hall? Okay, just to summarize a few things, it feels like there's a few things that we need to revisit, Superintendent. Amanda had mentioned, how do we communicate these types of changes that we're looking at? Ashley's asking for, what is the board's role in reconfiguration of Nibley? And then Brian just noted a few things about how do we kind of manage or close the gap on some of these discrepancies among the offerings at these schools. What are your thoughts on how we address some of these things moving forward?
Can I also just add the ask again to include West?
Yes, I missed that. Thanks, Ashley.
Thank you.
So of those, there's some different pieces to that. One, we're looking at the G5 policy coming up. Right now, the district, in our current policy and in the version of G5 that you will see, gives to the district the responsibility to look at grade structure within schools. And so we can move forward with that one that way, but There was a question before, I lost track of the questions, Nate. but-
Yes.
And the board can discuss that with the G5 policy, certainly, but.
So we had, Brian, with your comments about closing the gap on discrepancies of offerings across the middle schools.
So explain what principals are going to be tackling. So school schedules, start and end times we want to align for the coming school year. What are the other pieces that principals are going to do together? And maybe look, because course offerings, trying to figure this one out.
The course offerings piece, we can discuss that and come up with like a baseline of like every school needs to offer these 20 courses. We can get to that point, but beyond, it is very challenging to extend additional courses because it comes down to funding, enrollment, and especially, and then the school's impacted with additional courses they have to offer, like ELD and reading, that take up additional funding of FTE and time in the day. Can't offer what, Clayton and Hillside don't have as many ELD courses that they have to offer that Glendale and Northwest has to. So Clayton and Hillside can offer a lot more electives with a similar allotment of FTE. In here, like Glendale offers 20 electives where Clayton offered 38. So I don't know how much the schools can do that work without your help, but we can come up with a baseline of must-haves in each school, which I think we're actually getting to way more this year than we have in the past.
And that has included an emphasis on the arts, right? Trying to get at some similarities around art and et cetera, offerings, art and music and.
Yes. And what Brian said, like coding, robotics, more of these CTE pathways, we're actually seeing a lot more desire for, but hard to staff and sustain.
I would, okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
Charlotte's got one and then. Okay.
We'll
Yeah.
count this as round two.
I noted that you talked about trying to find an alignment between the CTE pathways between middle schools and high schools, but the arts is, they're suffering big time in our district because of that lack of alignment. If you don't have a robust band education or orchestra education or choir, there's no way that those students will move on to high school and these programs just die. And yes, we can have very culturally relevant arts programs. We just saw one today, okay? So we can have very modern, culturally relevant arts programs that keep students engaged and keep them creative and keep them, it gives them a spark to come to school. We're having trouble with attendance, right? So it's not just sports or tech that really motivates students, it's the arts, and we can't forget that, please.
Oh, I agree, and a lot of my principals are making a decision. Do I have to have ELD, so I have to cut a 0.5 band, or they're making really hard decisions.
Yeah.
Because their enrollment's shrinking. Title I is down. You know all the problems. I don't have to explain those to you, but we're making some really hard decisions.
Yeah, but I noticed that you said maybe you could have one arts elective, and that's like saying you can only have one sport. You want teachers to fight each other over that?
One visual art, one performance art, so making sure that everybody's got at least, but I hear you. we'd like to.
There are
help
more
all of
performance
them.
arts, I don't know. Maybe, yeah.
Thanks, Charlotte.
Anyway, this is coming from somebody who took choir, band, and drama in school, so anyway. And I took piano lessons as well.
Charlotte. I have a question. Under this board consideration, number one, I'm setting the middle school configurations, determining if 6 to 8 schools is feasible in support of student development. I know it's a hot topic and a hot button issue relative to curriculum in particular and what kind of curriculum offerings, and I guess not offerings, but expectations and standards there are, especially in the core subjects, math, science, English language arts. And housing a 6th grade in an elementary school versus a middle school, that the opportunity could potentially be better in those core subject areas. Of course, with FTE and the availability of teachers in those curriculum-based areas. Is that kind of what we're getting at, what you're wanting us to kind of dive into and think about and discuss? And then if so, what would be your recommendation or sweet spot
Yeah,
potentially?
thank you for picking up on that. That really has been a thing that over the last several years, we've seen curriculum and our Utah core standards reflect a K-5, 6-12 format. And so when you look at those standards for the first several years, I guess we've had the new core standards for 12 or 13 years now, we thought, oh, okay, well, K-5, 6-12, what will that really look like? Well, what it really looks like is all of the publishers now are putting curriculum out in that way. So our teachers, when they're collaborating in their grade, but they're also collaborating grade to grade, 4th, 5th, 6th, the 6th grade teachers now have a different ELA curriculum than the 5th grade teachers. They have the same ELA curriculum as the 7th and 8th grade teachers. Science is in the same boat, math is in the same boat. So, we're really starting to see that shift in terms of collaboration and continuity. Now I've got 1 or 2 6th grade teachers at a school that are working on a new curriculum all by themselves. So that's another consideration in terms of continuity and collaboration and focus on that curriculum piece.
And what about the student development piece? I know in some things I read across the country and here locally that there are concerns from parents and community members about kind of the developmental stages of where a 6th grader might be versus, a 1 through 5th grader might be in the same school setting.
And I'll start with that one and then let you finish if I miss. But one of the things that a lot of the research has said is, a transition is hard no matter when it happens, right? Transition is always a difficult thing. But one of the things that happens that a lot of our schools around us are doing is pulling those 6th graders together and slowly sort of, it's like when you bring a fish home and you put them in a little bag in the aquarium and then you release them to the whole aquarium. You kind of pull your 6th graders together, but they get used to having a multiple period schedule, to changing teachers, to having lunch out in a commons where you can sit wherever you want instead of, at a line on a table. All of those things, and then they can make that transition into 7th and 8th grade. So there are a lot of transition activities that there's research on that we could really learn from, and learn from Glendale's example and learn from other examples around us, and how they really do build that 5th to 6th and then from 6th to 7th transition, if that's where we go.
Okay, and then I guess just my last question is what would you want us as a board to be thinking about in particular to that board consideration number 1, and are there resources or research that you could point us to that would help us think about that in a very comprehensive way?
Well, we put a lot of the resources that people suggested or that we read, at the end of this.
The report, yeah.
I think we would need to get into it to really figure out what those next pieces would be.
Okay, I can wait. Thank you, Dr.
You can't read all of those.
They're gonna summarize.
Yeah,
it
that's
for
what,
you.
that's what we're for.
Annotated bibliography, somebody do a dissertation on this.
Okay, so following up.
Oh, sorry, Amanda and then Brian. Sorry, Brian. Amanda, I didn't see you.
You touched on part of what I was going to say, but mostly I want to just emphasize it. Part of this does play into the G5, part of it may not, but emphasizing that whatever is being proposed whatever we're deciding, whether it's the middle school start times, realigning them, like most of the middle schools, it's minor. There's only one that's different other than Bryant, which is a significant change. And then any of these other changes, one of the things I'm pushing for on the G5 is we make decisions for the upcoming school year in a respectful timeline for the families to be able to adjust to it instead of this works for us and maybe administration, but it doesn't work for the families. So if it gets to the point, basically as we're analyzing this stuff, this is something that we always need to be thinking about until we get our policies outlined to make sure that we're not leaving families in a lurch of, oh crud, I've got to do some changes fast, especially for people that have young kids that may not be obviously in middle school, but they've got younger kids that the whole scheduling is impacted. So I just wanted to emphasize that piece. That's a huge, huge ramification to families, no matter what.
Brian.
Okay. I just wanted to speak to Nate's comment in a way, his last comment. So the transitioning part, and you were talking, Dr. Hall, about publishers and the way that they're presenting the curriculum and all of those sorts of things. But as I read through the study, you were also saying that research indicates that academic performance drops in those transition periods. So one of the things that I'm concerned about, and now I'm speaking as a sixth grade teacher, a lot of times sixth graders, that's where they really are having success in academic performance. I mean, I haven't read a whole bunch of reports out there, but they're now the top of the school, you know, they figured out how it works and all of that stuff. And that, my experience was a lot of children are having real academic success. So if we go into this discussion, I want it to be that we're looking at weighing, okay, a drop in academic performance as opposed to, you know, what publishers are providing curriculum-wise and, you know, other reasons for making that move. I guess I'm thinking about my students and that bag, I think that you were talking about, Dallin, where, or not bag, a group of kids where you get them together to figure it out. So many of my students, they were not ready to know how to do a schedule and all of those things.
Ashley?
Just to quickly add, I brought up West, and thank you for writing that down. As we get to this part of the conversation, I'll bring up something else I brought up in September, which is CNA at Ensign Elementary, which is a program that has blended grades deliberately in 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, and this would be another thing that's really impacted. So West would be something I wanted to see in the report as it is, because it is a middle level program, but CNA I would want to make sure we add to any kind of future discussion about this, as some of our schools will be impacted very differently than others by the suggestion.
The sixth grade suggestion you're thinking? Okay.
Can I make a comment on what you mentioned, Brian?
It's fine with me, I've used my time.
We did look at all of our sixth grade cohorts and compared data and didn't find a lot of different in achievement between a sixth grader at Backman versus a sixth grader at Glendale. It was pretty much the same across the district. So that was a data point we looked at.
Thank you.
And actually, I remember a conversation, I don't remember who said it, but when we were talking about this with the group, somebody said, well, the only thing that changed is then the fifth graders became the big dogs at the school.
I know, I can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, I don't see any other hands. Helena, do you have anything that you want to add? Based on your experience, it's a lot more fresh than ours.
I don't quite know. I know that a lot of people I'm familiar with went to like the Slugs Academy, which also included fifth grade. So I know that that was kind of a harsher transition, but I'm not sure about what sixth grade would look like. But I don't know. It's interesting to look at.
Thank you.
So just to summarize again, now that we finished the second round, there's a lot of questions, there's a lot of things. Brian, you mentioned the potential for a study session. Is that something that the board would like to schedule out while our wonderful team here is pulling together their resources and next presentations, to kind of dive deeper into this, and we can also make sure that we manage these other elements of how we coordinate communication and participation and parent, student voice into the process. Is that something the board would like to do at a future meeting?
Yes.
Superintendent, does that work for you to work with?
Yeah, you want a study session on middle level things? I'm not quite clear what it would be, just answering the questions that were asked, which I'm not sure they lead to a study session, or if it's. A smaller study session? Sixth grade would be
The
the
focus.
stub, like, yeah.
It's my understanding the study session would explore the two questions we were asked to explore.
Along with all of these elements that were brought up tonight from the questions that.
So to explore further the idea of pulling together a sixth grade working group?
Or what that would look
The
like?
board considerations of
Okay.
having the board consider moving to a 6-8.
Oh, do you know what? I'm just thinking of timing and what comes first. I'd like to pull together a working group that would spend a few months getting you information, reading the research and summarizing it for you. And then with that group, bring something to you, and maybe that's when we have a study session, if we could create that as the timeline for this.
It sounds like Dr. Paul and Dallin, you all need a few months to pull something together as well. And does that work for the board to get all that stuff?
I think that's a good suggestion. I think that I would like to throw on there, kind of along the conversation we've had about study sessions, is you come up with your general, I guess, concept you're aiming for, reach out to us, explain to us what you're going to have them focus on, and then give us the opportunity to provide our questions, so that as you're doing that work, it's encompassing the board's input and concerns as well.
Charlotte?
Question. Would, just on timeline, what would the district next steps, would that happen?
I think we need to
During-
bring you information on sixth grade.
Okay.
And get input from stakeholders, including parents, and then bring that to you.
Okay.
And then we could have a study session where we talk about the sixth grade alone. Because the boundary question and the feeder patterns, we were talking, we don't want to address that one right away if we're going to also address sixth grade. Because you'd want to only make one transition in feeders and in boundaries and things like that, and you'd want to work that around whether or not you were moving sixth grade. If we're not going to move sixth grade, we can move quickly to boundaries, just alone to get the feeder patterns a little clearer for people. So I think getting started, I mean, they already have a starting point for the sixth grade stuff in terms of the information you've pulled together. I think it's expanding the circle that brings particularly parents to the table about that one, so.
So for the public's perspective, sorry about that, Brian. Middle school changes basically should not be occurring this upcoming school year in regard to these particular conversations. So the public shouldn't be overly nervous about changes, because you guys are going to go back a deeper dive, which will put us out to potentially split summer. Outside of.
Not changes to sixth grade.
Okay, so.
But potential changes to boundaries if that's what the board.
Well, boundaries would follow the sixth grade working group's work. So no boundary changes either in the next, for fall.
Yeah.
I would anticipate we probably wouldn't be able to get that done by then.
What changes would be made?
I'd like to bring forward to the board a recommendation, well, not a recommendation, but just more conversation about Nibley 7 and 8. I think the report is pretty clear that we're not serving students sufficiently in the 7 and 8 pattern. And so would want to set up some public comment sessions and things to inform thinking on that. And do that as a next step as well, so that there could be changes in the fall.
With Nibley,
Brad, you had your hand up. Last comment on this one, so we can move along.
I appreciate that, Dr. Grant. I guess what I'm thinking is we have two things here. We've got the next steps, and then we've got the recommendations. And for me, like the recommendations are direction from the board on further study, and there's those two things. So I think we've talked about that. But then I don't want it to be that those next steps get lost because we're kind of talking about what we're going to do in the study session. Because to me, some of these other ones really are critical. I mean, like figuring out, well, review course offerings for appropriate access at all mid-level, you know, my coding band, you know, my example there.
And maybe we look at a report back, an update to the board on where we are with making some of those changes or addressing those or what complications we've run up against.
And that's where, because in the next steps, you put in the thing about Nibley. I mean, those are the things that they can't fall off the radar because we're looking at, you know, what the board wants further studies about. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
That's good. Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brian. Thank you, Superintendent. I think there's one other section to this item here, which is the Bryant-Slicksley Partnership update.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Dr. Taylor's going to come up with that one.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
This is an additional update in regards specifically to Slicksy Bryant. I'm gonna pause for a second. Yeah, the presentation. We can go on to the first. During the ongoing evaluation of middle schools, we thought this would be a good time to provide this update regarding the historical context and the current status for Slicksy Bryant. Slicksy Bryant is a district middle school that is operating in partnership with a district charter high school, Slicksy. You see the historical timeline for that. There was a board report that was brought forward to this board on September the 6th in 2018. A presentation that secured board approval in terms of that was done on December the 4th, 2018, and Bryant was renamed by board action to Slicksy Bryant in May of 2019. What you see next is a trend in per pupil expenditure and enrollment since 2018 for Slicksy Bryant. The enrollment actually peaked really around 2020 to 2021, and since then we've seen about a 28% decline in terms of enrollment. At the highest point, it was 445 students. Currently, we have 330 students that include self-contained students. And if I'm moving too fast, slow me down. There were several core principles that define the distinctive identity of Slicksy and Slicksy Bryant. When we hear talk about the model itself, these are those core principles that are embedded in that model. It had a STEM focus, one SIC-SCC. The middle school was removed from the charter high school and placed in the feeder program, which was Slicksy Bryant. Team teaching for science, math, ELA, social studies, and those teams covered both teachers as well as students. No tracking, all students would receive access to a rigorous curriculum and collaboration across sites and across grades. There were 4 main partnership focus areas, and that partnership was with the United Way Promise Partnership. One is teacher leadership and capacity building. Tier 1 engagement we're looking at whole school learning, powerful student and family engagement, and expanded and enriched learning opportunities for college and career pathways. What challenges have we encountered? When you look at one SIC and one SEC, you see it highlighted in red. That was because that was not legal in terms of in line with the state law as well as with our written agreement. when you look at the parent group, one SEC, that never was truly implemented. Both sites maintain their own SEC. So you have a parent group that's at Slicksy Bryant and a parent group that's at Slicksy Rose Park, which is the high school. Now, I cited the law so you can read it for yourself, but I want to make sure what's different about it is that phrase at the end, at the school building level. Notice the words are explicit, school building level. We might view Slicksy Bryant and Slicksy Rose Park as one school, but they're in two different buildings. So it means those buildings have to house those respective committees. And the next one was the School Improvement Council, the SIC. You can refer back to the written agreement, section 15.1.2, and you see the same terminology. A school improvement council shall be established in each school from the faculty, staff, and the administration of that school. What are the challenges? We've heard the mention beforehand about course offerings. When you look at comparisons, Slicksy Bryant as well as Glendale have the lowest course offerings in terms of number of electives, right around 20-21 electives, in comparison to some of our other middle schools that have upwards of 30 electives that they offer. And transitions in leadership. As we've had new people move in terms of being leaders on the Slicksy Bryant campus, we've had to acclimate them to the model and work with them in accordance with the model. What are our next steps? Simply put, we want to complete an evaluation of programming and partnerships, and if necessary for changes, after getting input from the voices of our stakeholders, make recommendations to the board. Are we making any current recommendations? No. We're in the midst of looking at our programming, building voice, getting input in order to determine if any necessary recommendations and changes will come forward. We've been hearing a lot about supposed changes that have occurred. Let me assure the board, we have made no official changes except coming in line with state code and our written agreement in regards to the SIC, SECs. Any questions?
Bryce?
I have two questions. I initially had three, but I think you answered the first one that I had. So the two questions that I wrote down would be, where are you interested in seeing this like work and partnership going? And then what stakeholder input has or will be gathered to inform any recommendations to the board?
First question in terms of dealing with the partnership, we would like to expand partnerships as much as possible. We want those community buy-ins from those, whether it's business organizations, charity organizations, foundations. I think our kids are worth it. We want to expand those experiences. So there's no limitations that we've put in place in regards to partnerships or forming partnerships. The second one, input will be taken from stakeholders, all stakeholders, whether it's students, parents, teachers. We're in the process of developing those procedures in order to do so. This is right at the beginning of that, and it really grew out of questions that came about from Bryant's SEC.
Which one? Sorry, the Bryant, so you said Bryant, sorry, that says it's. Then another part, if I may, would be, has there been any initial input from Brittany Powell, the current principal at Slicksy Rose Park?
Yeah, we've had some ongoing discussions.
Any other questions? Ashley?
So I represent a large portion of Bryant's Boundary, and I've heard from a lot of different people with a lot of varying feedback that I'm trying to balance. And I guess my first question for you is, why the decision when you realized that the SCC and SIC from the original board directive were out of compliance with the written agreement or state statute? Why wasn't that brought back to the board before rolling out the changes? And why wasn't the community why wasn't it rolled out in a way where the community found out about it as the discussion was happening?
Well, the first section, let me address. We looked at the intent of the board presentation, which was to maintain oversight of the model. So there is still a committee in place to maintain oversight of that model. That piece wasn't changed. What we added was clarity in terms of making sure that we adhered in alignment to state code as well as the written agreement to have those school-based committees in place. So that's why it wasn't brought back to the board. The second part, could you restate that for me again?
Just why didn't it get brought back to the board so that also the community knew what changes were happening? That wasn't timing me the whole time, was it? Oh,
No, sorry.
haha, I took Bryce's time.
Well, and the second piece in terms of the rollout was done through communication by the two sites administrations. So we did talk with Slicksy Rose Park, as well as Slicks and Branton in terms of their communication. So when you look at the SIC, because remember from the presentation as well as information that's gathered, the SECs were always split. What was not split was the SIC, which was the teacher-employee group. And so we did communicate that through those avenues.
So, one follow-up question I would have is, as we think about these changes being ongoing, and you said no other changes are being recommended or considered, I think the addition of honors sections on registration is considered a change by some members of the community, especially on the Slicksy High School side. And there's also been some changes to the way overnight field trips have been done and other kind of main tenets of what they see the partnership as. So I guess I would like to clarify how their current SIC at both Bryant and Slicksy is talking about those changes and what timetable we could expect those things would be brought to the board.
Let me answer that in two sections. The first one is I'm not aware of any changes to the overnight field trip process, so we'll have to seek clarity on that one. In addition to any future changes in terms of recommendations, we can come forward with a timeline at a future date. Just give us an opportunity to start fleshing out what the process would be.
And then my last question for you is, we see that the enrollment peaks when the partnership kind of gets going, and then the enrollment obviously dips. Do we have a way to compare that with the same trends in other boundaries? Like, we know our enrollment's declining overall. Is this enrollment decline significant in any way if you compared it across our middle schools?
The percentages would be larger, but we can't determine causation because at the same time, we had COVID. So,
Right, okay.
do we say COVID or?
So we don't see enrollment as a significant part of the discussion we're having. It's mostly about bringing original board directives into some type of compliance.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Taylor? Amanda?
So in regard to your next steps, the complete the current evaluation programming partnerships and the recommendations to board, what do you estimate the timeline be in that regard?
We really don't have an estimate at this time. We can put one in, if you give us an opportunity, we come back at the next board meeting or maybe at the direction of the superintendent to share that information in terms of a timeline. We don't know what we're gonna encounter as we begin this evaluation. It could be minimal changes or it could be a lot, depending on what the input from the stakeholders.
Okay, and I think it would be good to, at some point, give a guideline as to the estimated, turn time on this conversation, so the public isn't overly stressed about something that may be a process of thoughtfulness that may take some time, and then these discussions will happen versus the carpet's pulled out from underneath them overnight type thing. So having that be clarified, I think, will be helpful for the public to understand on timing of all of these components.
Any other questions? It sounds like there's information and questions that need to be answered. Superintendent, what is your thought on bringing this back to the board? And what kind of time do you need to prepare something like that with your team?
I'll talk with Dr. Taylor and see how long that evaluation looks. I think we should try and come back before the end of this school year, though.
Okay. Oh, Ashley, sorry, I missed you.
No, it's okay. I just had one more thing I had meant to say originally, which is that, in preparing for this meeting, I went back and I listened to some of those meetings where the partnership was originally discussed. And I think it does get hard. I learned, don't approve things from a slide.
Yes, don't do that. That's a good learning.
I've been guilty of that as well. But one thing that was clear in the conversation that wasn't on the slide was that this program would be reevaluated regularly. And the problem is that happened in 2018 and it's 2025 and we've actually never evaluated it, which means that anyone on any side of the myriad debates that happen about these partnerships or course offerings or, detracking or honors access, wherever you land on any of that, we have failed to evaluate it now, what should have been 2 times. So I think it's important not only that we're putting that on the calendar, but that we're putting routine evaluations on the calendars when we say that's what we're going to do. And obviously, you were not here, although I am looking towards you. You were not here, I was not here, right? Well, most of us were not here.
Yeah.
But that's why having a calendar that looks very far ahead and puts things on, Alan, if you are to blame. It's fine. But if we look further ahead, we would be able to not have issues that then become kind of rife with miscommunication, because we would be doing our part in systematically addressing concerns as they come up.
Thank you, Ashley. You can blame me too, I think I was here for that. Alan, you and I, man. All right, well, thank you, Superintendent. We'll look for an update regarding that. Thank you, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you.
Okay, Sam, I believe, is next with enrollment projections and demographic study options. That's our last report. Brian, I think you're next. All right, and while Sam gets set up, this is obviously in regards to our demographics, but we also wanted to make sure that we were highlighting board member requests and questions about how often we're updating these types of demographic reports, what's our consistency with that and our routine with that, calendaring and so on, and then potentially some options from Sam today about where we're at and what we might be looking at to meet those requirements.
All right, good. Had to come over here because I had nobody to drive for me over there. I was going to have my junior IT assistant, Ms. Kendall, come up, but I decided to do it on my own. So, all right, we're going to talk about the student enrollment projections. This is a process that we run through every year at the end of December, beginning of January. And to talk, first we want to just talk about the methodology or the process that we take. We have this conversation with our school administrators every year just to make sure we're understanding the base of the numbers that we're using. So these are the terms we're going to discuss: average daily membership, cohort survival projection method, district projection versus individual school projections, and then how we project special education, kindergarten, and transition years. So in our projections, we use the average daily membership. That's the baseline number. So when we report October 1, we're giving you an exact student count of students that are enrolled on that specific day. However, what we're looking at here, this is from State Board Rule R277419 from pupil accounting. That's one of the items that my department takes care of. And it talks about that we are required to report annually our enrollment, essentially. And we do that 3 times a year, but the ADM really comes off of our July 1 report. That's a accumulation of all of our enrollments over the entire year and what that average enrollment is. So ADM is what's used to calculate the weighted pupil unit. That's where we receive that funding from. So an example of that is where October 1 is that strict count, but an example of average daily membership is if the first student is enrolled 180 days, a second student is enrolled 90 days, that would be a cumulative ADM of 270 days, and the average membership would be 1.5. So on average over the year, that school or that grade had 1.5 students in this example. And that is the foundation of what we use because it matches where the funding comes from. When we look at external demographers that come in, they tend to use the October 1 numbers that we give them and not average daily membership. So that's why you might see some differences in like what I project versus what they project. They all give us the trends that we need. They're all really similar. However, that's why you would see some variation in that. Okay, the cohort survival projection method. This is a simple method for forecasting what future population will be based upon the survival of the existing population. That's how we do it. We look at the last 3 years, or we look at the last 5 years. We actually do both. 3 years tends to be a little more accurate. So what's the probability that a student who is enrolled this year is going to return next year? Or if we're projecting to the end of the year, what's the probability that student A, who's enrolled today, will also be here on the last day of school? So we use that, and it really is an average rate of change is what we're looking at over the last 3 or 5 years. What's that rate of change on average? So then we take, this slide is a district-wide projection, and we look at it per grade level throughout. And this is actually from one of my spreadsheets. We have enrollment all the way back to 1975, where we were reporting in that. And you can see the numbers in red there. That's what I'm projecting for the end of the year. And I think that number is, if I can read it here, 18,338 would be our total ADM. That's not going to be our cumulative count of students. That's going to be much higher, but based upon their dates that they were actually enrolled, 18,338. Now, that can go up or down. So for example, last year, at this time, I projected that our ADM would be about 18,700. 791 is what it was, 18,791. And then when we finished the year, as you can see there, the line above the red, we finished the year actually with 18,852. So about a 60 student difference. And that can be due to just that change, right? We're projecting December 31st for another 6 months, essentially. And so enrollments can fluctuate. Sometimes we're off a little bit. There is a margin of error in there. I put this spreadsheet then calculates a 3-year cohort history for the district and a 5-year. And that 5-year number tends to be a little more aggressive. But we use that for comparison to see when we're looking at the individual schools, how close are we? So if we take this model, this says our overall enrollment in ADM next year would be 17,823 for the 3-year, and then 17,602 for the 5-year. So you can see there is a pretty big difference there. Now that just takes those last 3 years, and then the 5-year takes the 5 years, the last 5 years on each one of those. So now we don't hold that. What I've seen this model do, and we're looking at the district level, that just kind of helps us look at this big overall number for the district. And so in order to get a more accurate grade level number or school number, we project each school individually. So this is an example of what an individual school projection will look like. On the left in blue, you see the prior year, end of year ADM, the last 3 years. That's just for visibility. And then we put a column of what we projected the previous year. And then we look at our December 31st count. This is actually what students were enrolled on December 31st. Then our ADM up to. So the number, if we look at this particular example, the count on December 31st was 317 students, but the ADM was 319. That's because we had, this school probably had a lot of mobility. So we had a lot more students who garnered some ADM, they just weren't there on the 31st of December. Okay. Then the first adjustment is our rate to the end of the school year. What's the probability that the students on December 31st will remain enrolled at the end? And that gives us rates. Some grow, some shrink. And you can see in this case, our kindergarten on average at this school grew a little bit, where first and second grade were about 98% of the students remain. That gives us a projected end of year ADM. Then we calculate the probability that they're going to return the next year. And that's what you see, that 3-year cohort rate. Whenever we do boundary changes, however, it throws this off. It really does, because you're looking back historically, and for that historical change to be accurate, you can't have a whole lot of change in what we're doing. And so what we did on all of the schools this year is, all of the schools that had a boundary change, let me clarify that, is we took the district rate for that grade. Okay, so if they had a boundary change, we said, okay, what was the rate of change for all first grade students? Did this school have a boundary change? Then yes, so we use that rate. If the school did not have a boundary change, then we just calculated that rate specifically for that school and grade level. So that provides a little more accurate. You'll see like some of the questions we have are, why is it off from year to year? Last year was, as we were considering school closure and what the impact might be, that was one of the variations, one of the variables that would affect that projection. And so for the next 3 years, we could see a little bit of variation until in the elementaries, until those boundary changes stabilize. And we have 3 years worth of actual change in those schools. Okay. And then again, that projects, we use that rate, and that'll project a next year ADM. Then we look at special education, kindergarten, and transition years. And you can see in blue that we've got this projection based upon best guess. And it really is. This model helps guide us. But if we take kindergarten, for example, there's not a really good data source for that is usable like birth rates, right? When we look at Salt Lake City proper, you can have birth rates, but because of the university, for example, you have a lot of mobility. Doesn't mean they're going to be here in 5 years. Or they're born in Salt Lake City Hospital, but they don't live in Salt Lake City boundaries. So those are all factors that throw off the birth rate and why we don't use them. So what we do is we look back 10 years at those schools, and we take an average rate of change again and project based upon the historical enrollment, or ADM, for those schools. And we say, is this reasonable? Does it look correctly? If you look at the bottom segment of that, you can see how the model projects different rates, and sometimes they're higher and sometimes they're lower. So if I was to look at, for example, on the Clayton projection, a 3-year rate says they would go up to 284. Is that reasonable? Yes, that's within the tolerance of the projection. But we projected at 273 simply because we can see there's in the middle, the 2-year was 272 on both of those, and then a year 1 was a 265. So we kind of take a middle ground of that. Now, if we argued and said, oh, well, let's go the higher route, we could do that. We could do that. That was within the tolerance. But that's how we look at adjusting those transition years. We also look at, when we're doing transition years from 6th to 7th grade or 8th to 9th grade, we look at the area. How many students do we know of that live in the boundary of that school? And that's a factor, right? So if I see if we look at Clayton again for 6th grade, I look at 276, or I look at the number 280, but I only see 243 students that we're aware of that live in those boundary. That would affect how we adjust that. Okay. So based upon all of those that information, we are in a continued decline. Okay. Every year for the last few years, we've dropped anywhere from 300 to 500 ADM every year. This year was a slightly lower, on the closer to 300, where the model has predicted that we will see declines are in grades K1, 2, 3, 5, and 8, and 11, and in our self-contained population, with slight increases in grades 6, 7, and 9, and grade 12 is pretty much level. What we see with grade 12 is that starts at a high number and then ends at a low number because students start to finish early, right? And so they don't complete the entire year for one reason or another. And so that's where the model is showing right now. We've been off from time to time, and usually we're off in those transition years a little bit. We haven't really been off significantly in any areas, but we do see it from time to time. All right, so our other demographics, so we run that projection every year, and then every few years we recommend a demographic company to come in and run a projection just to keep me honest, right, when I'm running this, or just to make sure it's a test for me. Are the numbers we're running reasonable, or are we way off? And so every year that we've run this, so we had back in, I want to say it's 2015, we had Davis Demographics come in. And then in 2021, we had Applied Economics, and both of their projections showed a decrease, but a little more steep decrease than what my projections have predicted. Not to say that mine's any more or less, but it's just a way for us to look from different angles at these numbers to see what our enrollment will probably be. So last year, we engaged Applied Economics again. They helped us look at I think last board meeting I talked about elementary. It was for the idea of a fourth high school. That's where they were really targeting. And we've asked, the reason that we switched from Davis Demographics to Applied Economics was because of their model. They more closely mirrored the model that I use than Davis Demographics did. Davis Demographics was very geocentric, geocoding and things like that, which is really good to look at. But what I wanted was that model to be able to show me, am I on target, right? And so we have that option. We have some responses back from Applied Economics. They recommend if we do go forward again with a refresh, that we do it this next October, that will give us a better and more accurate prediction for the future. And we can look at other providers. Other providers last year came in significantly higher than the cost of Applied Economics. So that's again one reason we went with Applied Economics last year. So, any questions?
Charlotte?
How often do you, well, you look at different schools, you have your projections, how often are those projections incorrect? Well, maybe that's a hard thing to.
How often are they off?
Every year?
Yeah,
Yeah, every year.
off, sorry, not incorrect.
Yeah.
Oh, they're off every year, but,
Yeah.
because it's a projection.
It's a projection, right?
Okay, do they tend to, which way do they tend to be off?
Both
ways.
Both ways. So sometimes we're high, sometimes we're low. The closest I got, I think, was a couple of years ago for like October 1, I was like 0.26% difference. And so I was ready to retire because I'd completed that. But Alan wouldn't let me, so.
Then the boundaries, then
And
the
then
school
the boundaries
closures.
changes,
Yeah.
and so it's not uncommon to see that fluctuation, because again, projections are just that. They get us in the ballpark, they get us looking where we need to. And when we're looking at, like the beginning of the year, we have processes in place to be able to have those conversations. Are we surprised by a larger than expected kindergarten class? That happens, probably kindergarten happens more often than any, because that is based upon best guess. Where the transition years, we're able to predict a little bit more accurately because we see those students, they're here, right? And we just say, okay, are they gonna go? Where kindergarten, we're like, we hope this is the number, and then we have some move in or whatever that we didn't know about.
Can I ask another question? Oh, so you do these in December? And is that what the employees, so FTE is based on for the coming year?
Yeah, when we do staffing projections, we look at the enrollment projection. We use the board ratio of, K through 3 is 25-1, and then 4 through 6, 28-1. High schools are 30.2-1. And those were all numbers that were given by the board historically.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions, Charlotte?
I just wondered how, if it is, if the projection is an underestimate of the number of students, that can really, how is that rectified if there's not enough FTE?
You want to take that one, or you want me to take that one?
I'll take it. So we look at October 1 counts when we get the actuals, and if there's a school that we were significantly off, that we would be, maybe merit another FTE or so, we'll either give them the FTE, or maybe because you're too far into the year, so upsetting the teaching stuff, and maybe they just need more additional resources, so we'll allocate the cash value of an FTE. Kind of, we let the school make that decision on what they want. But if it's the other direction, we do not take FTE away. Because again, you don't wanna, kids are they have their teachers, they're set, we wanna minimize disruption for the student.
Okay, and then one last question. What, do you see any trends for Title I schools in projections being either low or high?
I think the trends right now everywhere are declining. In prior years, we would see some of the Title I schools, especially the West Side schools, increasing in population. Now that seemed to reverse. Those are where we started, those are the schools we're starting to see the lower number of students right now. But even our non-Title I schools are showing that a decline as well. Some have stabilized a little bit. Where we see our kind of unchanging enrollment are really in the district programs, right? If they're at a school, we project, if I have a school that has a general ed population and a magnet program, I will project the program separately from the general education, because the survival rate for that program is much more stable than the general population. So we do that just to make a more accurate projection.
Any other questions for Sam? Ashley?
I have a question. Are you asking us to consider whether you should do a refresh, or are you saying that you're planning to move forward with a refresh?
I think that I could go either way. I think if we want to do a full refresh, it would be the time, because the last one was in 2021, so this would be the 5-year. I think every 5 years is a good measurement for that.
That's sort of what I thought, and because I'm correct on that, I would suggest that we do that. But also, I would think that focusing on secondary is wise, given, again, the rebuilds. I just want to reiterate our past meeting conversation. But also, it seems like it's a good opportunity to try to match if what we see or hear about aligns with what the numbers say. So like, I hear a lot about middle school attrition to SLARTs, for example, right? But your report just showed me that there are actually spikes in 7th grade. So it would be interesting to figure out if a company that does have more access to, like using ACS data in their modeling, can they look at some of this middle school attrition in a more granular way that we cannot, because we're looking at whose data you have.
Right.
And they have a little bit more capacity to look at whose data you don't have.
Yep.
So I think that would be particularly valuable.
I agree.
Any other questions? And does the board also believe Ashley's suggestion that we should go ahead and start scheduling that refresh, assuming that's a process through the finance committee and procurement process to find a vendor or a outside group to do that?
Yeah, we just start the procurement process trying to choose, what's the most beneficial, use a company we've used. I mean, I think last time Sam kind of weighed a couple different vendors and got some estimates from them, and then we picked one that we thought was be most effective and efficient.
And did that go through the finance committee, or is that district led through your office? Okay. Does the board want to give direction to Alan to start that process?
I think it's wise, given all of the decisions we've got to be making related to numbers.
Exactly.
I agree.
Okay. Alan, do you feel like you have clear direction? Cool. Any other questions for Sam, or anything that you'd like to report on, Sam?
I think I've got it all for now.
Charlotte?
Can I just ask a clarification? What is a full refresh? I thought that would, can you explain the difference?
When I was talking about a full refresh, the one we did last year really focused on the high schools, when we were trying to answer the question of, could we support a 4th high school? So this time we were going to say, we want a report that looks at K through 12. That's the
Okay.
full refresh.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Sam.
Thanks, Sam.
All right. So moving along to our discussion agenda, I've been chatting a little bit with Brian and the superintendent, Alan. We have actually reached our 4-hour time limit that we have committed ourselves to as a board. There are a few things that are time sensitive that we need to get through. Brian, I would like to suggest that we move item number 5, the B3 administrative procedures and tax increment financing, item number 7, board calendar, to our next meeting. We also believe that the G5 administrative procedures could be a really quick update once we get there, or we could start there. And Superintendent, what are your thoughts on the district department reorg? If we need to tackle that tonight, or do you feel like we could push that to another meeting?
We can push it, but at each step pushing this out, it means we're not making some decisions that would be helpful to make with the team now. We don't have approval to hire an assessment and evaluation supervisor. There are people who are reporting to me that should be reporting to other people if we could move forward on that. So it delays work is the challenge by delaying decisions on that.
Board President Salzer, I would move that we table items 5, 6, and 7 until the next, until someone lifts them from the table at the next business meeting.
How does the board feel about that?
I'm fine seconding that.
I don't know if we need a formal vote. Did we do need a formal vote? Okay. Well, let's go ahead and push that to the action agenda since we have a motion and a second, or excuse me, we'll take it to a discussion. There's been a motion and a second on the table to move items 5, 6, and 7 to the next meeting agenda.
So we don't need to discuss that because I'm not in agreement with number 6 moving.
We will. I'm just stating we have the motion and the second to move it to table it, basically moving it to action and then table it.
Do we want to table it or just put it on the next one?
That takes a formal
Christina,
action.
thank you.
So the motion to table is not debatable, you just take a vote.
There you go. Thank you. So since it's been motioned and seconded, per parliamentary procedure, we won't debate that. And I'll call it for a roll call vote, starting with Charlotte.
Charlotte Fife Jefferson, no.
Oh, Ashley Anderson, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, no.
Brian Jensen, yes.
Amanda Longwell, no.
Bryce Williams, yes.
That motion carries. We'll revisit that at the next board meeting. I'm going to go ahead and take some privilege to jump right to number 4, which is the G5 administrative procedures. We can either take action on that tonight, but we also did receive as a board some suggestions, comments, recommendations from board member Longwell. My recommendation based on that document that you sent us, Amanda, would be to push that document and those recommendations to the policy subcommittee for a response. Brian, I felt like since that policy rests with the board, that it wasn't in the best interest of the board to have that answered or evaluated by a singular individual within the district, and would like to get that reviewed and recommended through the policy subcommittee, if you're okay with that.
Agreed. I'll make a motion to have the policy subcommittee recess the policy, or I don't know the proper wording, but ultimately get the point, with considerations listed in the memo I shared with all of you board members, which which I additionally request that said memo be included in this evening's minutes. Extra emphasis on ensuring that the basically ensuring the timelines are outlined in a way that is considerate to our community, and seeing what else we can expand upon, because as I've said, anyway, so I'll make the motion.
And I don't know if we need a motion. I think we could just give direction to the subcommittee to
then
review that.
there's your direction.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and do that and make sure that your document that you sent to the board with ample time is attached to the minutes as well. So we'll move to item number 1, property use determining immediate district needs. Superintendent and BA Kersley.
So part of this came out later to the board, the list of items in G5 policy. Our next step after closing properties is to look at the immediate district need. And so in working with the senior team here in the district, we came up with 4 items that were a need for space and property across the district. One is, and these will be attached to the minutes for the public to see as well, the need for professional development space and a testing center. So some space that is conducive to that we need in the district. The other is an expanded career and technical center, larger than the one that we have right now over at the south, the old South Campus, the Slicksy campus. Enhanced programming for students, so we wanted to be able to provide some particular programs for students in need, particularly with some behavior problems and such, that we could create short-term placement for students, and so we would need some classrooms here to fulfill that need. And the other is that we need some athletic field space. And Isaac's going to report on some of that about the West High rebuild, but just there is always a demand for athletic fields. So raising those as the 4 needs that the district has determined we'd like to find space or property for. And what's next in the process is that we would bring to the board, hopefully next month, a matching of where we think those needs are best fulfilled in the district with some space within the district. So we wanted to just give this to you as a first look at what the immediate district needs are, and then we would bring then a recommendation for where we would fulfill those needs to the board.
Ashley?
It's my understanding that at least one of our buildings is currently being used by a third-party provider. And so I'm just wondering if while we're discussing this, we could also clear the air on what may be happening with some of those facilities now, and if any of those intended purposes are expected to continue.
So we've got Head Start is in Benyon. They were in one of the schools that we closed, and they asked if they could move to one of our, move there. It's a temporary situation as they're building a new building up near the U.
Okay, that's really helpful. And then the second thing I would ask is that as we look at what's been identified as an immediate district need, that we also could look at some of the costs associated with that. So in the December board meeting for new board members, the Finance Committee brought a memo that talked about some of looking at the analysis of financial trade-offs. And we were talking about that in context of something different, but I think a lot of the tenets of that memo hold true in thinking about anything that requires new money may trade off with some needs that we have and some growing needs in Title I, in special education. And I think, one, I would like that to be attached so that new members have access to it, but also that we are considering not just what the need is, but what kind of strategically we're doing related to the costs with some of those needs. And that would be great. Thanks.
Superintendent, I'm glad that it's on the agenda. I know we're not going to dive too deep into the district building needs at this point, but I think it's a good opportunity that I'd like to just take to dispel some myth that there's all these plans that are being made behind closed doors, or plans for housing or redevelopment or what have you. This is the first conversation the board has had around this. So if anybody from the community is listening, I know a lot of folks have reached out to me from community councils, from neighbors who are who live really close to the schools that we closed, are really worried that these types of things are taking place. They are not, and so please continue to follow us. Please continue to reach out if you have any questions about our process. But this tonight is really the beginning of our process that the board is working on collectively to identify the best possible uses and student benefit of these properties that we have. Did that tackle number one? Do you want to move on to number two in Isaac's presentation?
Just in case there are any other requests in follow-up to the district needs before we bring that back, but I don't think there are.
I don't think there are either.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sorry, can I ask
Oh, please, Helena?
I was just wondering, for example, at West, we're moving APIB testing to Mary Douglas Jackson, so are smaller scale things like that, like simpler things, just not requiring board approval or anything?
No, we're just moving those, kind of temporarily finding space for that testing to happen so that it can happen more uniformly. So we've been doing that for years, kind of moving those around. What we're trying to decide on is the resolution of those 4 properties where the schools we closed. So we're looking at district needs to say, could any of the needs of the district be fulfilled in those buildings? And would it then mean we wouldn't surplus those buildings essentially and look at other property uses for them? But we'd keep them within the district and use them for district needs.
Thanks, Helena. Isaac?
Thank you. Thank you for your time tonight, and I'll try to keep this brief. Last year, I sat in front of all of you, well, many of you, and talked about the needs during the project. We already knew we had some specific needs that were going to happen at Highland faster because of the project. Now that we're looking at the second high school, West High School, being rebuilt, there's also some challenges there. Step back for a sec, most high schools, generally when they build a school, they're looking at somewhere between 40 and 50 acres to build a facility. West High School, for example, we have 30.3 acres, which sounds pretty close until you divide that up between 3 blocks of 3rd West, 2nd North, and 4th West. So we've got quite a few challenges, and I just want to kind of talk through, we have started working with both our architects and the contractors now that you guys have approved the CMGC contractors from last board meeting. And here, that's where a lot of this conversation has started from. West High School, as I mentioned, it's split up. Sorry, you got it? Okay. So West High School split up not only by the existing roads, but that you can see the yellow lines on the presentation where 200 North used to go through our property. Those are permanent easements that have active utilities being run through those. So we've got some challenges as we're looking at this property of where we're going to place things and how we're going to work through it. With the high school and talking with the contractors, one of the bigger challenges with this project is that the length of time it's going to take to get this project done. Our goals have always been to be cost effective, build a sustainable facility, and do it as least impactful on the students as possible. Talking with our contractors, they've come back and said there are some options here that we could tighten up the time frame to do this, but it would require some changes to the scope. Do more building on the east side, the Capitol campus side of West High School, which is on the east side of Third West. I'm trying not to say east, but it's not working. I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's near the Capitol side.
Yeah, the Capitol campus. So on the Capitol campus, the original drawings showed that this campus was going to be split between Third West, and it still can be, but a couple other things have come up. From the original drawings, our intent was that we were hopefully going to be able to purchase some land or trade some land with the LDS Church. There's a parking lot adjacent to the southwest corner of the high school. We finally gotten confirmation from them that that's not an option at this point. So we had to go back and say, okay, what are we going to do to allow the west baseball field to be on the campus, because it wasn't on the drawings. And these are 2 iterations that show that. The first one is closer to what was originally presented in the bond, that basically fits the baseball field on there. You can see that it's right up against the property line in option one. The baseball field is about 249 feet long from home plate down right field, and it would require about a 30-foot retaining wall on that end to basically the giant green wall from Boston is what we'd be looking at.
Yeah.
Not that fancy, but something to represent where the home run line is. But that also required us to move the field house, which then partially puts that over where those utilities are, which would require us to relocate existing utilities, which can be very time-consuming and expensive in most cases. Option two is another iteration where we basically move 90% of the campus and the academics and gym classes to the capital side. This removes that challenge over the 200 North utilities. It does present a couple other benefits in that we could escalate we can do more construction, we can do 90% of the construction up front, which would save us money rather than passing, doing the capital side and then rebidding the west side of the campus. So there's about $20 to $25 million in savings by doing that. When you figure a 4% escalation every year, that's where that savings would come in. There's still many questions that would need to be answered there, but those are two iterations that we're presenting to you guys for consideration. And these are things that we're going to need to get input and some direction on rather quickly, unfortunately, so we can keep working with the engineers and contractors. Before I move on from this, I do want to say that we've had a lot of difficult conversations over the last few weeks, and I want to thank our partners at the city, the state legislature, and those in this room that have found the ways to get through and come up with a resolution for West High School. Just previous to this, the city council approved a TLUR for us to continue moving down the road for this. So very positive in all regards. And I want to thank Jennifer, since she's here, for all of her hard work and coordination on that.
Way to go, Noel.
Can I ask a question before he moves on? Before you move on to Highland, you said, like, you've gone over the pros and cons. I've watched a lot of children play baseball, but I don't know the best design for a baseball field. How are we including athletic directors and coaches by these impacted sports in whatever type of recommendation you're making? Because I would defer to the people who coach baseball rather than me.
Right. So we have discussed with the school administration and the athletic directors. We haven't specifically said which one of these do you prefer. Their input was we want to get to as standard baseball field as possible. And that's part of option two, is the more standard size baseball field. I'm sorry, one other thing I failed to mention is in all of this, this will require us to have the seminary building moved to another location. It is our property that we lease to the LDS Church, but that would require a relocation of that, most likely to the north.
Why don't they just use their existing land? I mean, the land that they're not in.
It's a great question. There were other properties that they owned that have been sold to developers adjacent to our property that have kind of created this. I'm sorry, did that answer all of your questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure
Okay.
we were hearing from
Yeah.
the people impacted by sports.
Yeah, the input from the athletic directors is we want to be as standard as possible. I don't mean to just jump into Highland real quick, but similar, as we're working with the contractors, part of the plan for Highland is that we're looking at doing ground source heat pumps. Originally, the plan was to do that on potentially the park property, but that's a huge investment on something that we don't own, and we didn't have confirmation that they were agreeable to that. So we went back and did testing, and we found that we have enough space and appropriate soil sampling underneath our baseball and softball fields to allow us to do that on our property, which would require less transmission to the facility, which again makes it more efficient. But again, that creates another conflict in that, okay, here's two more sports that we don't have, that we're potentially going to impact for a couple seasons. I think you guys have all seen this iteration. This is the most recent iteration of the building to the north. Any questions on that? Realistically, we've got three options. The one is to look at impacting all the high schools and consider sharing space. That's very impactful to all the high schools. Davis County recently did this at Woods Cross during their remodel, and Bountiful during their remodel, where they required the schools to share facilities. Now, this is a bigger impact because we're talking West High School. Nearly everything but the football field is on the Capitol campus, which is extremely impactful. But that also, there's options that we could look at renting facilities, but I've not found anything that is realistically the size or has the resources for us to run track and field and baseball and all of the other sports in a location. And then the third is to utilize some of our current spaces to make improvements on existing facilities to provide the resources to the schools. The drawback from that is that it's not at the high schools, but at least it is a field that they can call their own, and it also provides additional resources to the community in that area to utilize those when they're not being used by the sports teams.
And Isaac, just to clarify for the board, how long do these options need to be in place for each of the different schools?
I'm sorry. Okay, so Highland High School, the soccer field was 4 years, that's taken care of because of Roslyn Heights. Softball and baseball, we're looking at 2 seasons. As far as West, I apologize, I had it on the slide. There it is. Track, I'm sorry, so the durations, the track, we're looking at 6 years, potentially 7, depending on when we start breaking ground and when we're completed for that potential 7th season that we're going to need a track and field. Tennis, baseball, softball, we're looking at about 4 years, and then the football field would be 1 to 2 years. The football field is something that I think is a different conversation, because I think it is appropriate that may be something that we look at sharing one of the other schools because of the infrastructure that's required, this seating and everything else. That I think is a fair ask. But the track, tennis, baseball, softball, soccer, and all the other sod field sports, we're looking at 4 to 6 years at West High School. The other slides that I have for you are just locations that I think would be good suggestions. Glendale, we have a great track and field already. Previous board member Jenny Sika spoke about this a lot. It would require a little bit of infrastructure, but we could build something like a locker room that we've done that we're currently doing at Roslyn Heights, that would allow restrooms for the public, locker rooms for the teams to be there, and that could be used for track, soccer, and lacrosse. It's already a 6-lane track. It's large enough to fit a standard-sized soccer field in there as well as lacrosse. Estimate of that is approximately $4 million to do that at that facility. Baseball and softball are a little harder because they can't be played at the same locations and they have different measurements. Currently, Riley Elementary, we could fit a baseball field for West High School there that would require dugouts, scoring, fencing. We could potentially use porta potties rather than doing a locker room and bathrooms there, or potentially find a way to use the resources inside the school. But that'll take a little bit more collaboration. Estimate on that one, this one would require the playground to be removed and quite a bit of asphalt for the distances to work out. But that's about $2.5 million. Mary Jackson can fit a softball field, but again, it's pretty tight with the current building. We can do it without affecting the building at all, but it would require asphalt and some other things moved, relocated. But that does, it's close to the West High School, and it also has plenty of parking and resources around it. Clayton Middle School is another location that identified for the Highland softball team, which estimate is about $1.5 million to turn that into the facility that they would need. And then Dilworth, we have an existing baseball field there, but it's in really bad shape. We have little leagues that have done lots of work over there to get rid of things. But it would be a prime candidate for baseball with plenty of parking and space. But again, that field would basically have to be removed and redone, which is why it's a little more expensive at $2.5 million.
Ashley?
It was my understanding that those fields were owned actually by the park. They're our land.
They're our land.
So if a person had a question about like any of these sports or field use, that these are all things that are our land that will be impacted at some point by these phases. Okay,
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. And that's it for the presentation. Questions?
He said there's some urgency.
There is some urgency. The urgency right now is more on what discussions do we need, what information do you guys need to help steer us in option 1 or option 2 on the West High build? And then the other urgency is, the goal right now is that we'll have design completed by the end of this fall, so we can put out to bid and break ground next spring on West High School, and then about 2 months later break ground for Highland High School. West High School is the bigger time crunch because we'll need about a year to get ready to build facilities, if that's the decision, to have those done in time before we affect those sports. So those are the really time crunches right now. The baseball and softball field for Highland can be, another 6 to 8 months down the road before we really have direction. But again, those are all asks for money that I know we want the money to go towards the students. Obviously, the sports affect students, but is that really the priority for the board to fund those things?
Amanda? Jerry?
I just was curious why Highland Park Elementary wasn't considered for one of the fields. I see Clayton being relevant in that it can feed the middle school needs. But if there's a potential for competing needs, middle school and high
Right.
school, it would be better to have it put on another property that's currently being used.
I'm sure there's possibility there as well. Highland Park, though, is more of a soccer community, and those fields are set for that already. It's a highly reserved area that is utilized all summer long for those sports. But again, there's plenty of other schools that this could be done at, but these were the ones that I felt were the closest in proximity and the least cost-effective manner for us to build them on existing properties.
Charlotte?
Yeah, have you considered also renting or using other fields? I just know when I played softball at South High School, we were bused to Cottonwood Complex. I don't know if that's what it's called still, but anyway, that's where all our games were. I mean, we practiced out. We didn't have a really great field, but.
So there, like I mentioned, the facilities I was trying to find were at least in location within the district, and there aren't any for those sports in our area.
What about Jordan Park with the city? Would they let you use the softball? There's a softball field there.
There's several fields out there that potentially could be utilized. but most of those are pony-sized fields, which are actually smaller than softball fields,
No,
a
okay.
standard softball field.
So, Isaac, the question before the board is, do we want to spend money creating field space, like the different options you've suggested, or do we want to find ways to share current space?
Current space, or if there is an appetite for us to send students outside the district to utilize facilities.
And one of those spaces with Glendale is the football.
Ron McBride.
Ron
the Ron
McBride
McBride
Foundation.
Foundation Group.
It's a great facility, and as I mentioned before, previous member Sika, she talked about it all the time. I've seen it highly used. The challenge there is we don't have.
For some funding to help us with that,
Yeah,
possibly.
the issue there is we don't have restrooms for visitors.
Alan?
And I just want to know, if we decide to go and kind of update or build facilities on some of our properties, we would look into partnerships, whether with the city or other donors, to help offset some of those costs.
And I know I already said something, I'm sorry, but in the cost piece, Ashley's always really great about this ask, what's the trade-off? You're asking $12 to $15 million. Do we have that in our budget? Are there concerns that it's going to impact something else that we might need? Yes, you can ask for those monies. You may not get $5. So if we have to come up with the whole 15 mil, is that tangibly doable without compromising something else?
Right, so if we were to go forward with these expenditures, they would come out of the capital projects fund. And what we're in now is with the bond, it allows us to start building that up, so future rebuilds and extensive projects, we have cash to pay for them. It would just limit the amount of cash we have by the 15 million, or maybe push some projects back a couple of years. So it is in the realm of possibilities. But yes, there's always going to be trade-offs. If you spend your 10, 15 million here, that means you're not spending it on another project, or you're having to push that project down the road a little bit.
Which makes sense, but we've already committed to these builds. And personally, I like the idea of improving existing properties that are being utilized versus transporting our kids to other districts or putting them on shoddy fields and stuff so they have something quality while the rebuilding's occurring.
Trev?
But we want to make sure that what we build isn't just a temporary thing, that it's useful for people in the future and will be used. Is there a need for a softball field? I don't know. That's all, you're going to be taking that into consideration, right?
Yeah, similar to Roslyn Heights, these are facilities that are utilized already by different groups, and our department does oversee the reservations of those. So we have soccer, baseball, softball, Little League football that are always calling, asking to use our facilities. So yes, the intent would be that these would be built to be lasting facilities that can be utilized now and then in the future. Hopefully, they're facilities that will build a stronger community as well, if that's the option of the board.
Ashley?
I think that for both the question about the athletic complex and, the way we may adapt and invest in field space, my answer would be the same, which is just that I would rely on the input of the athletic directors and also the specific coaches of the impacted teams. And I don't know if it's reasonable to bring this back for us to decide at the next meeting, now that we've discussed it, because I know I will get a lot of messages from specific sports, and they will say to me, when does phase 2 begin? Because if my kid has graduated by the time it's phase 2, I'm not gonna bother you about this, because my opinion will not matter so much. But if I have a kid who's gonna be entering high school in phase 2, and they are only a softball player, they're gonna have a lot of stronger opinions. So how much flexibility do we have with the time, and what type of stakeholder feedback could you perhaps get in that time
Because to me, that is what would inform my decision personally.
As I mentioned, the feedback I've gotten is from the administrators of the school and the athletic director from West and Highland. We've had individual meetings with them about this, and again, really, their input up to this point has been, we need to have standardized fields, and we want a field that's on campus. So I think it's important that these obviously have to happen, but I mean, we've included them quite a bit up to this point, and that's the input they have.
So are they good with these interim solutions?
I have not presented these locations to them. I take that back. Justin Thompson at West, I did talk to him. There's a track at Rose Park as well, and we evaluated both of those. And Glendale has a much nicer track. It's actually 6 lanes instead of 4, which is the one at Rose Park. And Rose Park is a little bit smaller, so it'd be difficult to fit a full-size soccer field there.
Brian?
Okay, my one question just goes to, because there was also the discussion about sharing facilities. So going to East or going to one of the others that their field was still available or whatever. My understanding is the baseball field at East is problematic. Are we working on that?
So there is a project this spring at East High School.
Okay, so are we putting like an urgency?
So
if we did need to share that, I mean, I think when we say we're gonna share facilities, you gotta have the facility to be able to share it.
Yeah, so the baseball season starts, I believe, on the 24th of this month, or tryouts are on the 24th, and then the season starts the 1st of March. They end about the middle of May, depending on playoffs. Our intent was that we had to get an engineer involved because of the age and challenges there. We secured that this winter. They're working on the plan now. Our intent was that project would be started right after baseball season this year and be ready for next season.
Okay, that's good to hear.
That doesn't, I mean, that's internal irrigation for that field. That doesn't deal with the 50-year challenge we've had with the storm drains on that field.
I mean, there are some big problems
Yeah.
there, so you're working to address those.
Yep.
Okay.
Charlotte, I just want to make sure that nobody else has had a chance to speak. Mohammed or Bryce, Helena, do you have any insights?
Just one.
Mohammed?
Yeah, so, pardon my voice. In regards to sharing fields with East, we got a problem as well with East soccer field. Is there any projection to fixing that as well? What's happening with that?
So we've taken care of the irrigation challenges there, and we've replanted to take care of those the other issues. We haven't had further discussions of like turning that into a turf field versus a sod field or anything like that at this point.
Okay.
Sharing the fields, it can be tricky. I mean, we've got schools that have had multiple sports added over the last few years that we didn't build additional spaces for those. So now you've got boys and girls soccer competing with boys and girls lacrosse for field space. You've got football season where there's, if we're sharing a field there or sharing fields, all of them, that means we have to coordinate to make sure that one team has practice time, fair practice time along with the others. And then game times would be a challenge of coordinating, okay, you're away this week, so we're going to utilize your field, and then swapping back and forth between the 3 teams.
Lacrosse, track, now
Right.
you've got unified sports, sharings. I mean, Highland High School's been struggling with space just on their own site.
Yes.
Let alone trying to squeeze it onto another site.
My finance degree tells me share fields, but realistically, it's near impossible to do that and be fair to all the kids.
So do we need a motion?
I think Charlotte had one last burning comment.
I can't remember. I don't remember.
Okay, no worries.
I need to jot my questions down next time.
No worries. I think before we seek a motion, if that's the will of the board, Alan and Isaac, is there some wiggle room for us to revisit this next month? Or does the urgency present itself in such a way that we need to make a call on this tonight?
I do know, I remember it now. Is there, do you ever present to local community councils and get their input on what the community might want or need in those spaces?
So,
In the buildings that are not, the schools that have been closed that we still own?
okay, so I'm new to the district as well. So in the year and a half I've been here, a little more than a year and a half, we've done Roslyn Heights, which we did reach out to the community. We talked about what would they like to see in it. We made some accommodations there. As far as the schools themselves, we have held off on that because first priority is figure out what the district needs are before we commit to anything else.
Okay.
Nate, back to your question of urgency, the urgency for waiting on, deciding on field space till next month, I don't think that's a huge concern. We do need it sooner than later. The bigger urgency is talking about option 1 versus option 2 of West High School. And because that's going to come down to how do we continue designing and coming up with the plan.
On both of those, Isaac, what you presented here was information about where possible fields could be placed, but not a plan
Yes.
for placement. I wonder if you want to bring back a plan that the board could approve
Okay.
that would include the financial pieces, sort of? Is that
There
a
you
good
go.
way, Alan, to move forward on this?
Yeah, just knowing too, if we were gonna look at for partnerships, I mean, so we could bring an estimated full cost, knowing that we will try and enter into partnerships to help offset those costs, but we wouldn't have that, because we need the plan first, and then we can go out and look for partnerships.
Yeah, because and like personally, I would like this broken out a little bit, I guess clearer for lack of better words. Because we've got, like you said, the West High, the structure of the fields versus where the building is outlined, and cost differentiation, because I presume there's going to be a cost difference in those. And then that would, for me, feed into the cost for these proposals on where the sports fields are going to be temporarily. Because if we're going to save with one plan versus another, that can help that decision. But additionally, I do like Ashley's suggestion that with these locations for the interim sports fields, getting that input from the athletic departments on your proposed locations. So that, you know, the people that are using them are giving concrete feedback versus those of us up here that do not function in that capacity. And if we can bring it by the next board meeting, that's great.
If I might suggest, I think the building analysis of where these best fit perhaps should rest with Buildings and Grounds in terms of suggesting where they go, because it's so determined on the space we have, not the convenience of a team moving to that place. Because these will be longer-term facilities, so we'd want to think about where they're placed in the district, what makes the most sense for how this space is used now, kind of some of those things that Isaac was bringing up. I just think what may end up happening is that they will choose space on proximity to the high school, which I don't know is our primary concern, so much as finding the most cost-effective and good space for the district in the long run.
Fully agree with you. Thank you for that clarity. I would say if there is an option, as far as, like, say by Highland High School, if there are two fields that are adequate, then the athletics director or team being able to give input on which one they would prefer. And then if there really is no option, then yeah, you're probably no need to go that direction.
Thanks, Amanda. That's good. The other piece I think you were talking about too was this option 1 and option 2. Isaac, can you bring to us a more like side-by-side comparison of that, the costs you had mentioned and what might be saved or not? What the upsides of this are for each of these and the downsides, and then what you and the architects recommend, or
Yes.
to a
we can
next
do that.
meeting so that it's
Yeah.
again.
And if the community over there at West High have the opportunity to give input, you know, and that obviously isn't just specific to athletics, that's the whole community at that point. If there's an ability to send out a poll to make it easier on Isaac or I don't know, but basically getting the community feedback as well while we're analyzing the cost pieces, because again, it's impacting them, it's not impacting me. I would have a hard time making a decision if they haven't had a chance to weigh in. And I would presume we could get that fairly efficiently and quickly.
I don't know.
Sam?
Well, and some of the trick with feedback is our options are super limited. So it's like, you know, how do you get all this feedback when it's like, that's great, but based on the site, this is the only.
Well, and
thing
I
we
just
can
mean,
do.
simply put, West High, option 1, option 2. You've got it right here, already outlined. So do we have 100% saying option 1, or is it, you know, 50-50, and then we're just looking at money at that point? You know what I mean? Otherwise, we're making a guess based on what we think, and it's not necessarily what's best for that community.
It may take longer than it seems to look at option 1 versus option 2, because I think it's hard to look at this picture and know what the implications are of these drawings. There's a lot that kind of goes into that, the placement of the fields, the size of the fields, the facade, and how it's dealt with of West High. You know,
But all of those points that you're making are reasons we need to get that input. You know what I mean?
I think what I'd ask is that the
Yeah.
desire and will of the majority of the board to take on Amanda's suggestion, or, you know, rely on the expertise of folks within the district? Anybody want to weigh in? I mean, if the urgency's there, I don't want to put out like a, you know, kind of a mediocre or like a swift or a fast opportunity for parents to weigh in and the community to weigh in. That's not meaningful, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And how do we capture that within 2.5 weeks between now and our next board meeting? I don't know if we can get there or to capture what it is that you might be looking for. Might be able to get some pieces of it. But I just want to make sure that that's the desire of the whole board to try.
Yeah, and we could, maybe Yonri could put out on social media the request to have the community reach out to us board members to provide feedback. I mean, there's different ways that could be advertised as well without going through a complicated poll and data analysis.
Bryce, Ashley, I'm just going to put you on the spot and see, since you represent both of you represent that school.
I just know I will hear more questions about it, so I'd like to be able to answer them. But if the real answer is we have to choose tonight, you've told me you've received kind of the definitive asks. We want this, and this is the space that will accommodate what people already said. So there is a problem with delaying 2 weeks, is what I'm hearing. So,
Yes, that's accurate.
Yeah.
And if I can say, I apologize that I'm throwing a lot at you tonight without a lot of data behind it. This has been an evolving thing over the last couple of weeks since I actually turned in the presentation about the sports. I actually met with VCBO and the contractor today, talked about this, and the reality is there's a $20 to $25 million difference between option 1 and option 2. And the budget's tight on this. I can't express that enough. The idea of, you know, how do we decide what we want in the school and not want in the school those are the conversations we'll be shortly having to, whittle this down to what our budget is and make sure that the students get what they deserve.
Which plan is 25 mil more?
The option one is 25 million more. It was,
Because of the utilities? Or
utility relocation and the time, because you're basically building 40% of the facility 4 to 8 years from now. So there's an escalation every year. Projected
take longer.
projected escalation, because we're paying $50 an hour for a plumber now. It's gonna be 55 next year, 58 the next, and 65 the year after that.
Got it.
I'm just gonna ask a question, which is, if we move this to action, can I simply say the item we're moving to action and get some more specific language? As if you recall, saying we do what's on the slide is not a good idea. And the way this is labeled, if I say I would like to move the field space for West High rebuild item to action, can I do that and then make a more specific motion on action?
Yes.
I move the field space for West High rebuild, go to action.
I second.
Okay, we've got a motion.
No, what are we approving on field space, or are we approving
not.
the option one versus option two?
We're not approving either option, we're simply moving the topic to the action agenda.
Discuss it and then decide what we're doing.
There's two topics, though.
And that's why I was hoping someone would share their preferred language for what it is they feel is most prudent to approve.
For this option one versus option two thing.
As well as the second question.
Okay.
Temporary, and investing in field use for temporary reasons, but long-term public gain.
Simplistically, it's discussion agenda number 2. Let's move it to the action agenda.
Well, we have a motion and a second, so now we have some discussion. So, any further discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll start with a roll call vote with Ashley.
Ashley Anderson, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Brian Jensen, yes.
Amanda Longwell, yes.
Bryce Williams, yes.
Charlotte Fife Jefferson, yes.
Okay, that motion passes. We'll revisit this on the action agenda. Superintendent, item number 3, G5 Administrator Annual Report regarding populations and boundaries. Am I introducing this?
So Brian is our G5 administrator and has prepared a summary that I'm going to ask him to work through rather quickly. First, every year we are required by the current G5 to give you a population update and school closure update and what we might want to put on the list. So right now, we don't have that, but to put on the, anyway, Brian's doing the annual report, and then he's also giving a summary of the impact of school closures and the changes in boundaries, taking a look at some of the consequences of that over the last year, so that the board would have a sense of not only what happened at the time, but a follow-up on it.
Superintendent Graham, would you like me to just do the review of student enrollment data right now and wait on the review of school closure and school boundaries? There isn't a timeline, I don't believe, on the review of student enrollment data is a timeline of right now in G5 policy of before the end of February, but this review of school closure and new school boundaries was something the board had asked for. I can do it all now, or if you'd.
Let's see how it goes.
Okay, sounds great. Board, thank you for having me here tonight. We'll get started. The first few slides, handful of slides, are review of student enrollment data. A little bit different look. You've heard a little bit from Sam Quantz. You'll hear some more from me. And that's a K-12 look at student enrollment data. Then if we continue, it will be a focus then after those first 5 or 6 slides. Then we'll go into the review of school closure and new school boundaries. That was for the elementary schools last year. So, in accordance with our board policy G5, the board and superintendent shall review student enrollment data as part of the annual evaluation of the organization and configuration of district schools. You see a lot of numbers on this slide right here. Some of the numbers that I'd like to just draw your attention to as you look at this is our grand total of our October 11th enrollment, or October 1st, excuse me, was 19,179 students. And you can see it's broken down by elementary, middle, high school, charter schools, our 2 district charter schools as well on that page. And wanted to share that data with you first, that big picture of where we were on October 1st. Moving forward with the rest of the information I have, it is all calculated from our October 1 enrollment from this fall. So you might walk into a school and not see a classroom with 23 in one of them that we said. It might be up to 25 or down to 21, but on October 1, that's where we were as we move forward. Our next slide shows our K-8 enrollment by grade. This gives a little bit more of a broken down, just as you can see, grade level by grade level of what enrollment looks like in each of our K through 8 schools. We see open classroom at the bottom in blue, and I put it in blue because it is a district charter. Another question that I often get is the column on the far right labeled SE. SE is self-contained special ed, or special education self-contained students. Looking at the next slide, we have our secondary enrollment. Again, the school highlighted in blue at the bottom is a district charter, our Salt Lake Center for Science Education. But you see here that our enrollments at each one of those schools are broken out by grade. And you can get an idea of taking a look at that, of how many students we have in each of those grades. This next slide, still district enrollment by grade, but I added this one because I think that there's a lot of data that you can really pull out of this table. If you look at the table, and as we advance it, I have a red box around our 9th, 10th, and 11th, and 12th grade cohorts for our elementary, middle, high schools, charter schools. You see that number down there at the bottom for 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. Those cohorts, when you look at it, what's leaving our schools over the next 4 years is an average of a little bit better than 1,600 students per grade. And if you look at the next one, I have circled, here's our students, first, second, and third and fourth graders, the students that we hope to have for a long time, all the way through 12th grade. But you'll see that those grades right there are averaging less than 1,400 students per grade. And I wanted to just share that with you to go hand in hand with what some of the projections have been, what we've been talking about how our numbers have gone down, our projections going forward. It would most likely be that those numbers aren't going to start shooting up magically. They're going to keep going down a few hundred a year. Our next slide looks at what our school populations look like in our district. Oftentimes, I think people think that every elementary school is just a K-6 elementary, but as you can see here, even though that is the fourth row down is our K-6, we do have more pre-K-6 schools than we have K-6 schools. We have many different configurations within the district, and our district charter schools are also listed at the bottom. We have a 6-8 middle school, 7-8 middle schools, 4 of those. That 7-12 school is West High. It has approximately 200 7th and 8th graders at West High as well. And then the other schools you can see there, we just have many configurations, and it's something good to keep in mind because that's something that I don't think we often look at is, even though we put pre-K with this, remember pre-K, we love having them in our schools. We think that it's a great way to get students introduced to our schools, to keep students, and they take up space as well. So that's a good thing if the school has a space, and a good number of them, that top row, many of those are our Title I schools. We'll talk more about that later if time permits. So that ties up that first part. Do you want me to ask questions or just keep plowing through?
Really quickly, thank you for the slide on what do school populations look like. That was a really, really great graphic on how that breaks out.
Thank you.
Board, what do you want to do? We are bound by G5 to have the presentation we just had, but we could wait on the second portion, as my understanding of what you mentioned earlier, Brian, is that correct?
That's just the review of what's happened over the last year. Yeah.
Any thoughts on hearing the school closure follow-up report at a later time in a report section?
I think it makes sense to hear as a report, given that we should ideally approve our G5 process before moving forward, although we're finishing this current G5 process. So I would be fine.
Oh, to proceed.
I'm fine.
I'm fine.
Keep
We're
going.
here.
All right, great. Thanks. Good to be back. All right. Our projections for this year, Sam talked some earlier about projections. I do want to start by saying that neighboring districts who have been doing boundaries and planning work for many years shared with us a number of times that really stable, reliable numbers usually took 3 or more years to develop. We heard as high as 5, one said 3. But you can see that of our 23 elementary enrollment projections, this does not include our district charter open classroom because they don't have typical traditional school boundaries like our other schools. But based on our October 1 count, 20 of the 23 were within 10% of actual enrollment. Of the 3 elementaries not projected within 10%, we overprojected Newman by 19%, Rose Park was overprojected by 15%, and Whittier was overprojected by 14%. And I'll talk a little bit about the why, some of the reasons we see as why for that. Of the nine schools that were between that 5 and 10% range, 5 were overprojected, 4 were underprojected. Sam alluded to that earlier too, that sometimes you get a little bit over, sometimes you get a little bit under. Now, projections were off for various reasons. Open enrollment of about 30% of our students was expected, and we knew that was coming, and that's about what we had. But where a student was going to enroll and why was a family-specific decision. Also, the open enrollment window was still open when these initial projections were made. People were still making decisions. Do I want to open enroll here or there, put in an application? District programs and where they move affected all this as well. Natural attrition, not that piece. There was, based on all of this, to have more than half of our schools under 5% of being with 14 of our schools changing boundary and 13 of those 14 having significant boundary changes. We thought that those numbers would go off a little bit at about the other 9 for that 5 to 10% and 3 that were more than that. We think we're going to keep getting that dialed in more and more as the next year or 2 go by. Here's what some of the changes look like in our elementary schools that we have now. First of all, we look at last year versus now. We averaged 379 students in our 27 elementaries. Again, this doesn't include open classroom. And last year we had 7 schools with more than 400 students. We had 2 with 500 or more. This year, we have an average of 422 students in our 23 elementaries. We'll show you why that's actually a good thing to have a little bit higher average. We have now 13 schools with more than 400, but still we were able to only have 2 schools still with 500 plus students. So it wasn't like our number of 500 plus students in a school shot up astronomically. It stayed the same. What did go up is the number of schools that had that 400 to 500 range. In some of our slides coming up, I'm going to share an example of why this can be a positive outcome for our students and staff. Now looking at elementary enrollment, In 23-24, more than 800 of our elementary students were part of an unintentional split class, or were in a class where their only option was in their school. In other words, it was maybe one fourth grade class in the entire school. So whether that fourth grade class had 12 students in it or 33 students in it, when a new student came or a student left, it was always out of that one class. In 24-25, we didn't eliminate that challenge completely, but instead of having 800 of our elementary students in that potentially compromising situation, we now have fewer than 180 students part of an unintentional split. And an intentional split, as Board Member Anderson brought up earlier, is like CNA, where they have a 1-2 split or a 3-4 split. Sometimes we have only one class per grade level in our programs. For example, our magnet program only has one class per grade level at those schools. But more often than not, we try not to do that. And as you can see from the numbers, we've really cut those numbers. 21 of our 23 elementaries now have 2 or more gen ed classes in every grade. And the only exceptions out of those are Ensign with CNA, and Newman has, I think it's just one of their 7 grades doesn't have 2 gen ed classes with a black type and DLI classes in the blue type. And I didn't include the Edison Edison magnet on here because those are intentional. One class per grade level for the program itself. But when you look at this, what you notice right away for 2023 to 2024, if you read the headings of each of those tables, last year in the Glendale area, we had 146 students that were in single grade level classes. They were the only 4th grade class, the only 5th grade class. We had 146 students. This year, we have no students in the Glendale area that would have to go with that challenge of, boy, we really need to look at moving this student to another class. We don't have another class. We can't do that. So as we look over here and you see what I've highlighted in the box shows, for example, last year when we had Riley and Parkview, in those upper grades, it was 1 class per grade level, and you could see what happened to the size of those classes in at least 3 of those 4 classes. They were well over 30 and really went up. Compared to this year down below, not all of the Riley students moved to Parkview, but I'll show you in a few slides that a lot of them did. Look at those numbers in 4th and 5th grade. 2 classes per grade level and 22 to 28 students per class instead of 33. There's one on there that you go, whoa, that's a big number. If you look at Edison in the bottom table, their kindergartners, you see 32, 31. That was on October 1st where those counts were. I know that they've taken some steps to alleviate those numbers. And so those aren't as big now as they were then, but again, this wasn't a cure-all for everything, but it did help solve a decent chunk of our problems. So back to what I had mentioned earlier, more than one class in a grade level, in other words, having about 400 to 500 students in a school, it helps us balance class sizes, it helps offer choice to families, it creates a healthy mix of students in each class, and we have more collaborative adult opportunities and learning going on in schools, or the potential for that and moving forward instead of the standalone 4th grade teacher or standalone 5th grade teacher. Here's some additional information about, again, smaller schools like we had last year doesn't mean smaller classes. Our average class sizes have remained low in grades K3 and in 4-6. 19 to 21 students per class in those grades. I thought this was really interesting. Last year we had 21 classes where we had 28 or more students per class. This year there's only 7 classes like that. And our number that chose not to attend their neighborhood school, maybe they got accepted into Magnet, maybe they went to DLI, maybe they had a reason to move to another school or want to. Our Number of students that went through open enrollment and are not attending their neighborhood school is pretty darn close to last year, 30% compared to 28%. I would like to point out on our top bullet that we've gotten a lot of feedback on how our district programs of DLI and Magnet are now more equitably distributed across the city. Our DLI programs at Newman, Mountain View, and Nimbly Park really show a concerted effort to have a north to south spread of DLI, not all together. And our district magnet programs at Edison, Whittier, and Indian Hills, we still have a class or two at Washington, a couple classes at Washington, but really shows a west to east spread instead of those programs being clumped together as they were last year. Also, you see the other two bullets on here. We get to also give another thank you to Jennifer Newell, who's here right now. A lot of these changes, we've been working closely with city agencies to improve systems of collaboration with city planners, with liaison from the mayor's office in Jennifer Newell. I know the superintendent and her presence at being able to attend and be part of those types of conversations. What happens at Ballpark? Yandri and her group. We've really improved our communication and systems of collaboration with our city. Some people, moving on, some people were concerned about pre-K. We do have fewer sites than last year, but our numbers are actually up because most of our sites have multiple pre-K classes. So fewer buildings that they're in, but actually our number of students is up. Here's some of the demographic composition of our elementary schools now. Our elementaries, our percentage of low SES has increased at 11 of our schools compared to last year. I do want to note that that 100% that you see on a number of those, they're reported as such because they are community eligibility provision schools. It doesn't mean that 100% of the community is low SES. It's just they qualify for that and then are able to offer free lunch at those schools. Breakfast and lunch, I believe, at all of those. So we have seen an increase in low SES at our schools. I do want to point out on the next slide with our multi-language learners, we have seen a drop actually in percentage of MLLs at about half of our schools. 6 had an increase. Newman, one of our new DLI program schools, has had a double-digit gain in multi-language learners, but those that are highlighted are the ones that have shown an increase in percentages of multi-language learners in our district. Our BIPOC population has seen that has shown us that over the years, I included one extra column on here. Notice the very first column is 2019. I wanted to take, when you look at just 2023 and 2024, you go, yeah, not much difference. But when you take a look 5 years before versus now, you see that most of our elementary schools are becoming more diverse. Look at Meadowlark, for example. We see there the number of Black, Indigenous, people of color identified, that number's gone up 19%. At Wasatch Elementary, that number in the last 5 years has gone up 15%. So we do see more diversity within our district as well. Next slide. I wanted to show you where our last year's Hawthorne students went, as well as our other 3 schools that closed. The schools that are highlighted in red on these next 4 slides show us where students were pointed due to new boundaries for their elementary. Of course, open enrollment gives families options to try elsewhere. Those not enrolled elsewhere in the public state system don't let us know exactly where they went. So you see the bullet at the very bottom. Some of those could have gone to private schools, some could have gone out of state, out of country. I do want to add, I'm going to be sharing with each of you the mobility rate for 2023 for each of these schools. In 2023, the mobility rate for Hawthorne was 5%. And mobility rate is a student is considered mobile if they have one or more enrollment records with less than 160 days of membership at that school. So it's move-ins, move-outs, things like that. It was 5% last year at Hawthorne. But you can see here, most of those Hawthorne students from last year went to either Emerson, Indian Hills, or Whittier. And, but they went all over. We have last year's Hawthorne students at a number of different places. 266 of them did enroll in a Salt Lake City School District school. Benyon, we see Emerson, Liberty, and Wasatch, particularly Liberty and Wasatch. Because of the boundaries, it was those three, but particularly Liberty and Wasatch saw an increase with students that were Benyon students last year. Even though 40 students did not enroll, I do want to say that the mobility rate for 2023 for Benyon was 41%. So a higher mobility rate than what we saw at Hawthorne. At Jackson, new boundaries were divvied up, the boundaries were divvied up between a little bit to Backman, Newman, of course, with the DLI program, Rose Park, and Washington. But we have students that have gone all over. Their mobility rate last in 2023 for Mary W. Jackson was 31%. And in Riley, their mobility rate also in 2023 was 31%. This was just some data I got from state website on mobility rates. Didn't have it written down on here before I submitted it to you. But you can see last year's Riley students, the overwhelming majority of them are going to Parkview, good chunk to Mountain View, some to Franklin, and that's where they were reboundaried to, but some have chosen other places as well. Our next few slides, where are most of the current schools with new boundaries focusing their efforts? So for 13 of the 14 schools, I spent one or more sessions meeting with the principal to say, tell me what you're hearing, what's going on at the school, where are you focusing efforts? Really have an in-depth, candid discussion with the principals. I only did it with 13 of the 14. Bruce Simpson at Uinta got off the hook because his boundary change was really small and he didn't get any new students from that little area. So Bruce was probably really happy he didn't have to talk with me ad nauseum on this. But the other 13 did, and they were troopers and really had some great conversations. The top areas of focus that really we see those schools doing, those 13 schools with new boundaries. A lot of focus on MTSS, especially school-wide expectations and behaviors, integration of new staff, getting those PLCs running even better than ever or sustaining what they already had. Of course, their vision and mission with new staff members and new community members has been an important part. And 4 of those schools are implementing a district program new to their school. Indian Hills, Newman, the ones that we talked about earlier with the Magnet and the DLI programs. Now, they also shared with me some of the challenges. It hasn't gone perfect with everything. We've had some successes, we've had failures, and the failures are a good thing to help us learn more and then turn those failures into successes. So here's, in talking to those 13 principals, I tried to paraphrase what we spent time talking about and really tried to capture what they said. I will say that the 4 that you see on here were shared 3 or 4 times by the 13 principals. This wasn't all the principals or even half, but it was the ones that I heard the most. These were shared in one-on-one meetings, and the principals who spoke had reasons very unique to their schools. For example, less district department help. That could have looked a lot different at one school than it did at another. So it wasn't just a piece of that. Dr. Grant has that information, and as we see these challenges, we're addressing needs, And some of the information that I'm not getting into specifics on with you all was just personnel related and the challenges of a lot of changes that have happened at school. I wanted to end on a good note of a real positive note of how they work successfully to build their new communities. I'll say to every one of those 13 principals had a lot to say. This wasn't some things I heard 2 or 3 times. These were things I heard up to 8 times. Things like building a new culture with community events and family nights has been a huge success. Students being the adaptable, resilient. So often I heard, the students get it figured out a whole lot quicker than the adults. They make friends, they make those connections. We see that happening over and over again in our schools. We see more parents involved at many of our schools with New Boundaries, getting involved in SEC PTA, so it isn't the same person doing 20 different things on the PTA now. They've got some hands to help them out. And this last one I heard over and over is, hey, we got a new we got a new teacher from one of the closed schools, and some of their students came to this school, and it was just a nice connection for those students to have a familiar face. Maybe it was a teacher's assistant, maybe it was the teacher themselves, but I heard that over and over again as well. And there's the quickest version I could do right there, and want to know if you have any questions for me.
Well done.
Yeah, questions for Brett. Brian?
These are all the numbers from October 1, not just for the Glendale area.
Thank you.
Okay, so just.
One of you had said, hey, can we see it all? And it was easier to show you in a hard copy than to put on a slide.
Okay, Brian, just a quick question, and that was when you were going through the 4 elementary schools and where those children ended up going. In each one of them, you would say down at the bottom, 40 didn't enroll in our district, 28 or whatever it was. I don't remember what each of them were, but to me it added up to probably 120 or something like that. Do we know?
So that number did add up to, I believe it was 155 out of those 4 schools. Again, what makes it really difficult to know exactly is mobility rate at those schools range from 5% to 41%. So that I obviously had an effect. Who goes to private school, vouchers, who goes to charter schools? We didn't have that information from this data because all the other districts with district charters haven't reported that to us or to the state completely yet. They're usually about a year behind on that. But what we don't know is just how many moved out of Utah, how many went. We had out of bounds students last year that may have said, I'm going to go back. We came up here from Granite, going to go back to my. Yeah. Okay. We don't know where exactly they went, but we do know that mobility rates impacted that to some degree as well as people moving.
I just one follow-up. So my question was, or my follow-up question, do we have a way that we have kept track of just who those people are so we could follow up with them and see now that, we've kind of gone through a year and maybe they'll see that, oh yeah, things are working out and they could come back I just don't want to lose the ones that weren't moving out of the district or just a way to embrace them.
Sam would know more about the specific information on those students, but.
It's probably layered with the school voucher situation going on too.
Yeah.
It is, yep. We see.
Okay.
So, no, I don't, but we don't have, here, this student, I think that addresses, maybe phone numbers would be an easier way to contact because people tend to keep phone numbers more than addresses. If someone was renting a place, moving, things like that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And mine's not a question, just more of an emphasis on the positives that you pointed out. For example, just how great it is that we have more classrooms or grade levels that have more than one classroom. My older children were in a situation they only had one classroom, and it was very frustrating at times and led to people wanting to leave the school because there really was no option. So it's fabulous that there's such a dominant number of grades that have that now. And then just another emphasis on the schools that received the teachers and the communities from the closed school. So my boundary school was Hawthorne, which closed, and my youngest is placed at Highland Park Elementary for her situation. And Highland Park received 2 wonderful teachers from Hawthorne, and received the principal from there in the community. And one, I'm ecstatic that we got the 2 teachers that we got. They were like just wonderful. And the increase in the SEC participation, like you talked about, we now have a PTO instead of a PTA, more participation there. It's really been a great, Highland Park community is wonderful in itself, but just to reiterate and affirm that what you're stating is actually happening, it has really been a great process to see on the back end, as painful as it was.
Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, change is so difficult, and we've had community members, principals, teachers, students just say, yep, it happened. Now, what are we going to do to make this challenge into a success for us? And a lot of our community members have done that.
Any questions for Brian?
One. You mentioned that the students it was an easier transition for them than the adults. So what would you hope the adults would do?
And certainly that's from the principal's perspective, that it is the majority of students. Some have still struggled, as we know, but it has been, I think students, embrace that adventure and that newness and that opportunity and feel less threatened by it. They've been through fewer changes, fewer experiences. So in a lot of ways, every year is new to them, at least in these younger grades. So they're still giving things a chance. And I think that's what I really love to see, is that the majority of the students are making that change, which means the majority of parents are supporting that at home as well. They're going home and having those conversations. Like, I think that as tough as this has been, 4 schools is a lot, and it's hard. And I wouldn't wish it on any district to go through what we went through. But I do think we're coming out the other end with more looking pretty decent, not perfect. We still have some things to clean up, but the potential just to get better and better with it. A lot of hope still.
Superintendent, anything you want to end on?
Just Brian, thanks for pulling all this together and doing an kind of after-action report that way.
Sure.
Appreciate it. It was good.
Sure. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Packed a lot in.
We'll move on to our action agenda. We have, technically 4 items there. We have the consent agenda items that were asked to be pulled and moved to action, and then we have options on the fields for West High, and of course, anything associated with that report. Ashley, do you mind if I start with you on the consent agenda items?
Nope, it's my understanding through our business administrator that the 3 purchase and accounting reports that I wanted to pull to ask questions are not urgent. And so with that lack of urgency in mind, I would move to table items 1A, 1C, and 1D from the posted consent agenda.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. And since it's a table, it's not debatable, so we'll go ahead and start with a roll call vote, starting with Brian.
Brian Jensen, yes.
I'll support the motion. I need clarity afterwards, but I'll support it.
Bryce Williams, yes.
Charlotte Fife Jefferson, yes.
Ashley Anderson, yes.
Nate Salazar, no. Mohammed's out. That motion passes. We'll move on to the second, I guess the fourth item, which is the previous move from the field space for West High rebuild to the action agenda. I'll entertain a motion to start that.
Move that the board approve option 2, relocating all athletic fields to the west campus based on the estimated cost savings presented to auxiliary services by the architect and contractor. Additionally, auxiliary services will provide further input and cost estimates for temporary fields to support high school athletics during the rebuilds.
I'll second.
We got a motion and a second on the table. Let's open it up for discussion before we take a vote. Any discussion to the motion?
Just simply, I support that approach. I think it's wise.
Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll start with a roll call vote with Amanda.
Amanda Longwell, yes.
Bryce Williams, yes.
Charlotte Fife Jefferson, yes.
Ashley Anderson, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Brian Jensen, yes.
All right, that motion passes. That concludes our action agenda, and we move on to superintendent, BA, and board member reports.
Just a short one, that every elementary school has to do testing mid-year, and what's impressive is that in this last testing window, that there is a requirement that elementary schools have to have 95% participation in the testing so that it's a fair measurement of the school. It's a big bar to get over. All of our elementary schools tested 95% of their students, which is impressive. And that takes a lot of work because these are students who are absent, who have other classes that they're running into and out of. Also, 5 schools had 100%, actually. Beacon Heights, Edison, Ensign, Indian Hills, and Newman in some different categories. So kudos to those who are managing the testing in this last round.
Alan, do you have a BA report?
I'd like to give my book report on War and Peace for the next 45 minutes.
I have nothing.
Who put you up to that, Alan?
I made it up all myself.
Okay. Board member reports. Charlotte, do you have one this evening?
Just that we have been involved in the joint legislative committee, and trying to give comment or to support our public education, and it's been a real uphill battle, and so that hasn't been very fun. I'm disappointed that legislators don't listen or value the expertise of superintendents and business administrators and school board members all over the state. They, basically ignore and don't consult the experts. So I wish they would consult the experts.
Thanks, Charlotte. Brian, do you have a report?
Oh, yes, just, I talked about the science fairs last time, but I just had to say I went to the high school science fair at Riley Elementary, and I have decided that I need some of those students to be my science instructor. They are incredible. It was really wonderful to see what those students are doing. And then finally, I would just say, Board President and I are going to be sending out another doodle poll because I really do think that it's important for us to work on this training so that we can address how we work on our questions. And I think that we saw how we got some processes started here, but we need to have a discussion. And it's really helpful to know that off Tuesdays are not an option. So I would just ask, no one getting out their calendars, if we do a doodle poll and we put on some Wednesdays, are Wednesdays doable? Are Thursdays doable? Which,
During the day, Wednesday works for me. During the evening, both of those days can work for me.
Wednesdays or Thursdays?
During the day,
During the day, okay.
before 3.
Not in the evening.
Yeah, during the day, I can't do Thursday.
Just put a range of options.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll put a range of options.
Great.
I give like 10 options this time. See if we can land there.
Okay.
Helena, do you have any? Okay. Thanks, Brian.
I was going to say, there were some focus groups on selecting a new principal and just like the criteria that people would want at West High. And so there were 3 different sessions, one for parents, teachers, and students. And one parent made a very interesting comment of how every night there were Spanish language interpreters, but each night they were turned away because no one was utilizing them. And then also for the student group, I think only 2 other students showed up, and we dragged some in from the hallway, but that was interesting to me. And then also, at a recent SIC meeting, it seems that, from what I've heard, teachers are receptive to district supports for added security positions and looking into like an external evaluation of security needs and what we're doing right and what needs to be addressed as well. So that seems good. And then for the USBE Student Advisory Council, we will be going to the state legislator to speak on student mental health, firearm safety, and devices in classrooms.
Thanks, Helena. Ashley?
Yes, I have one item of business, which is to ask that the 2 items I referenced earlier be attached to the minutes. And then I have a couple items in the pleasantry department.
Can you clarify those? So one of them was
Yeah.
the email you sent with questions on the
Yeah,
reorganization.
it's like an attached PDF. And then the memo that the finance committee sent in December.
Okay.
Of course. And I, again, had a few pleasantries to share, which is last week I was able to visit the high school art show at the Springfield Museum of Art, where West High had 14 entries, which is so many, accepted, and many of those won additional honors, including purchase by the state legislature and our congressional representative. And on the tail end of those recognitions were also great theater performances, history fair judging, undergraduate presentations on the tunnel at Wasatch Elementary, book fairs, school community councils, neighborhood councils, and I always appreciate the opportunity to be involved. But I also want to invite everyone, Thursday is the first playoff game for women's basketball, and I don't know if you know, Jenny Sika knows that West High is undefeated, and I really enjoyed going to their senior night game with one of our USBE representatives, Sarah Reel, and they are having an incredible season, and you should support them on Thursday at 6 p.m. if you can.
Thanks, Ashley.
I'll be quick. One thing I just wanted to say, I appreciate the opportunity to participate in Slicksy Bryant's History Fair a couple weeks ago. Both Ashley and Charlotte were there as well, and that was a really cool opportunity. There is a history fair coming up at Northwest Middle School, and they need some judges. You should have an email about it. If I were not out of the country, I would totally be there, so I'm encouraging the other board members to participate. And then the second thing, really quick, kind of echoing on what Charlotte said as well, the legislature not trusting the voices of superintendents, business administrators, and school boards. I'd also add teachers and administrators to that pool as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Bryce. Amanda?
Mine is an acknowledgement and an ask. An acknowledgement that we do need to get some training to improve our efficiencies. And my ask is that as things are tasked to the board, they are tasked clearly and correctly and concisely from the get-go so that we can efficiently and effectively get to it quickly. Personally, I want to put quality time to these things. So losing that ability to, because I've lost time, it impedes my ability to be effective. So just as those are coming through, make sure that they're, like I said, clear, concise, quality, accurate, and then I'll do my best to do my job.
I've only got one report, which is that Brian and I will be attending a training for board presidents and vice presidents this weekend on Saturday in Nebo in Spanish Fork. So Brian and I will make sure to report back on the experience and what that was like to the board. That concludes the reports. We did have some time allotted for a closed session, but I think we can go ahead and push that to the next meeting so we can go ahead and get out of here. So with that, I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.